We will commence in 2 minutes. Before we start, I'd like to recognize the Honorable Minister in the Ministry of the Office of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, Mr. Sagushin, my good friend, and I don't want to say neighbor, but some of our neighbor, Honorable Minister. So thank you so much for taking the time to come here, and we also do appreciate all the efforts from the government of Trinidad and Tobago. We know yesterday we had the Attorney General here, and he usually stays throughout the conference, but we know that he's under medical advice to stay home, but he still came yesterday because of his injury. So thank you so much, Honorable Minister. So everybody seated? And I was told to give one administration directive. The red, all right, not the red table. That would be like a PNM table if I say the red table. The table with the red cloth, that's for lunch. So it's well designed and people took time to, to take care of it. They do not want to see us seated on it right now, So just bear that in mind. So thank you for that. So without further ado, we will now commence the formal part of this meeting. I would now like to invite Isabel Jones, Campaign Outreach Manager, Stop Killer Robots, to moderate this session.
Thank you, Calixis. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm excited to begin the second day of this conference with a fantastic lineup of speakers who will prompt us to consider some of the cross-cutting and intersectional issues related to regulation of emerging technologies. This will be a short session to build on the foundational risks, challenges, and responses to autonomous weapons systems that were discussed in yesterday's expert panels. And hopefully this session will ignite and inspire discussions in the upcoming roundtable session, as well as throughout the rest of today's agenda. Speakers this morning will discuss issues such as the risk of racial, gender, and other biases in AI and autonomous weapons, the global north and south dynamics in the development and regulation of emerging technologies, the impact of such technologies on environment, climate change, biodiversity, as well as approaches to multi-stakeholder initiatives. It's going to be a little bit of a different format than what we did yesterday. Speakers will present in a lightning talk format with short remarks of 5 to 7 minutes, after which we will turn the floor over to you for a roundtable discussion and an opportunity to raise any questions related to any of the preceding conference sessions. So I encourage you to start thinking of your own questions. And speakers, I will challenge all of us to stay on time so that we can make sure to reserve space for questions and discussion in the upcoming session. So without further ado, I will start us off by handing over to my colleague, Haley Ramsey-Jones, the Geneva Director of Saka Gakkai International's Office for UN Affairs.
Thank you. So today I'm going to talk very briefly about power, violence, and weapons. I'm also going to talk about intersectionality. And just for some clarification, I'm going to talk about power as it pertains to the hoarding of power, power over others, not the sort of positive expression of power, sort of being empowered or power within or power sharing. So I have 5-7 minutes. Okay. So in the interest of time, I will probably read some of this just to help me stick to time. But what I would say is that in terms of my job, I have various different hats, and one of the hats that I have is as a disarmament campaigner. And that suits me because I'm a campaigner. To my bones, I'm a campaigner. But one of the aspects that I love most about campaigning is looking at the human rights and social perspectives in disarmament and applying an intersectional approach, an anti-racist perspective, and analysis to different weapon systems. So essentially, that is looking at the dynamics of negative forms of power, violence, and weapons, and exploring the different ways weapons are used to yield and maintain power over people and groups, and the broader impacts that this has for already marginalized communities. So throughout history, we know that weapons have been used as a symbol of power. They have functioned to dominate and take control over other people's bodies, labor, property, land, and resources. So when working in the area of disarmament, it's important to recognize that we cannot truly realize and sustain a future of justice, peace, or security without also talking about the desire and pursuit of gaining power over others to increase one's own economic, political, or social standing. It is this same pursuit of power and subjugation over others that has led to and still upholds colonialism, white supremacy, systemic racism, sexism, etc. All of these structures of oppression have played and continue to play significant roles in the development, deployment, and use of weapons, which for centuries on an international stage has disproportionately affected Black and brown people and other marginalized groups. So my organization's approach to peace and disarmament work is through the understanding that peace isn't merely the absence of war, but it's the ability to confront the ways of thinking that justify violence and the use of weapons, the readiness to annihilate others when they are seen as a threat or a hindrance to the realizations of our goals. This is true, be it domestic violence within the home, structural violence and inequalities in society, or even, as we often see, violence between nations. So when working on disarmament issues, it's really important to look at power, violence, and weapons together so that we can understand the social, economic, political, and psychological dimensions of why violence is happening and the ways in which different weapons are utilized to uphold structures of power and dominance over others. One of the ways my organization is doing this is by taking an intersectional approach to our disarmament work. So intersectionality has its historical and theoretical roots in Black feminism and women of color activism. It was coined by Kimberly Crenshaw in 1989. It's a concept that acknowledges all forms of oppression such as ableism, classism, misogyny, Islamophobia, homophobia, and racism, and examines how these oppressions operate in combination. So, for example, the researcher whose work was actually referenced quite a bit yesterday, Joy Buolamwini and others, has revealed that facial recognition software recognizes male faces far more accurately than female faces, especially when those faces are white. For darker-skinned men, however, the error rates were over 19%, and unsurprisingly, the systems performed especially badly when presented with the intersection between race and gender, evidenced by a 34.4% error margin when recognizing dark-skinned women. And of course, this is some of the same software that is being embedded in autonomous weapons. So taking an intersectional approach and applying it to disarmament enables us to analyze the different ways in which different weapon systems embed and exacerbate harm. But to be clear, facial recognition is just one example. There's tons of research at this point that reveals that at every level of the design process, production, implementation, distribution, and regulation of AI that's being embedded in autonomous weapons is not neutral, it is discriminatory. So when applying an intersectional analysis, it acts to expose the different and multi-layered types of discrimination, as well as the likely long-standing effects on targeted individuals and their communities. But conversely, it also helps expose who is actually going to benefit from these weapon systems. How will they benefit and why? So often then you come back to the issue of power and the fear of losing power, and then it becomes clearer to understand why some states in particular are working so hard to develop these weapons and do not want to see regulation on them. They don't want to be blocked. So intersectionality isn't merely about listing our multiple marginalized identities for identity's sake. Its purpose and original intent is that we apply the concept as a transformative tool to help deconstruct, disrupt, and dismantle systems of power and oppression. Yesterday, Thompson mentioned that at the CCW, where these weapons are being discussed, we're not really seeing strong references in outcome documents around bias, racism, power, or oppression. We're barely seeing any references at all. And in some cases where some of that language has crept in, we've also seen it taken out. So applying an intersectional approach gives us a useful framework and a language that we can use to expose the truth about what's going on. We can use it to talk about the human rights implications. And again, yesterday, we heard that this isn't just an IHL issue. To reduce it to only being an IHL concern is a strategy in and of itself, to not have to deal with the various violations and concerns that we know these weapons pose. So in order to break the culture and cycles of violence prevalent in weapon systems and in society today, we should not ignore the important function that power plays in the operationalization of violence, but rather use the tools that we have that can help highlight the root causes of violence whilst also uplifting those who are at its mercy. In this way, we can better achieve our disarmament goals, as well as a more sustainable and inclusive peace, justice, and security. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley, for that consideration of the roots of the intersectional analysis and approach, how we can apply that to autonomous weapon systems, the consideration of overlapping and intersecting identities and oppressions, and how we can use that lens to dismantle certain systems of power and privilege to better achieve our disarmament goals. Next, I have the privilege of introducing Mutale Nkande, who has over a decade of experience as an AI policy advisor and is the CEO and founder of AI for the People. You might recognize Mutale from last night's screening of Immoral Code, and we are so glad that she has been able to join this conference remotely. I believe she is already online. So Mutale, welcome. It is great to see you, and the floor is yours.
And I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I unfortunately have a very busy day in New York, but I'm not going to spend too much time in front of you now. My talk is going to really focus on what do the future of autonomous weapons look like with the introduction of generative AI technologies like ChatGPT, and what are some of the things that we should be aware of beyond facial recognition, as my colleague very rightly said before. So the talk it's a lightning talk, very short. I'm going to introduce myself. I'm going to introduce you to the racial impacts of ChatGPT 3. There has been another generation, but this is some work that we did earlier in the year just to test that technology as it came out. Posed the question, what could possibly go wrong with this? I'm sure in the roundtables you'll have much to say, and then offer you a framework that really guides my work and is the theoretical driver to try and provide policymakers and others with frameworks to try and get out of, the racist AI conundrum. So my name is Mutale. I'm going to be discussing advancing racial literacy in tech framework a little bit later. So I'm not going to harbor on that, but that's my calling card. That's what got me into this conversation. It led to the development of a nonprofit, AI for the People. I can speak about that later. And it's given me global recognition. Most recent and most fun was with NASDAQ here in New York. I had no idea when they asked for my picture that it would be on one of the biggest buildings in Times Square. I hate the picture. My mother loves it, but there you go. And I also work with companies. So I'm also looking at the type of work companies like TikTok are doing, which is another conversation about how war can be almost reduced to games and dances, and social media can be a recruitment tool, different Zoom. Google's another company that I've worked with throughout my career. And obviously they are maybe not weapons producers, I'm not suggesting that, but they are a big player in how these technologies are being developed in the beginning and how we should use our collective power to go back to Haley's talk to push against these realities. So ChatGTP comes out, 100 million people download it. The people that are making money from that are happy, but the people that are left out are women, they are Black people, they are anybody from the global South, and anybody outside of a very, very small group of investors and producers who are shaping policy in the United States. So that's something that as we're going into UN General Assembly, I think that we need to think about who's creating and who's making the laws. We very quickly got onto that. And I was in a discussion where we had asked ChatGTP to give us some information about Betsy Smith. Betsy Smith is on the screen right now. She is actually she's the founder of the modern pop star, the very first person in US history to get a recording contract. And her influence is all over the popular music industry, not just here in the United States, but across the world. We were asked what was her influence on the industry, and ChatGTP gave us a very, very Wikipedia-style biography, because to Haley's point, it had not been trained to recognize the power and the contributions that women, and in this case, a Black woman, and in this case, a Black queer woman, have made to wider society. It turned out that if ChatGTP had been trained, the training data had been collected, cleaned, and tested through an anti-racist, anti-sexist lens, then producers of ChatGTP-3 would have known Black people in society are a lot more than just consumables. It turns out, if they had looked, that Smith influenced Janis Joplin, which is someone that the engineers all knew, Billie Holiday, somebody that the engineers all knew. She was actually the modern Beyonce, which we hope the engineers would know in our feedback to them. And this was all because of biased data sets that it feels like you spoke to about yesterday in the facial recognition. It sounds like you had a lot of discussion around facial recognition, but I want you to urge to think about that in the context of autonomous weapons, because what I'm giving you as a case study is a very simple, very low risk. It did not know about Black people. But imagine what happens in a generative environment where the base technology, the training, the foundational models, as we call them, do not recognize Black people either visually, as in facial recognition, or even oratory. Much of natural language processing is not just in English, but it is in American English, and it is using an accent that is recognized. I live in Brooklyn, New York, so it was so sweet to hear the welcome when we came into the room, and that nice TT tin. I can understand it, but that type of regional variation and dialect to be trained into an autonomous weapon within a theater of war could lead to huge human disaster. I'm not sure how you all think about war. I'm somebody that prefers diplomacy, but just think about that training not to recognize the civilian from the combatant, right? Testing that training. ChatGTP-3 was tested before it made these mistakes with Smith, before it wrote her out of history, and those tests were passed. So the other thing as we're looking at as policymakers are, should we, I suggest we should have standards around testing and making sure that these technologies, not autonomous weapons, because we don't want a proliferation, but all generative technologies and the points in which they're integrated actually work for humanity. And then validation. who is validating this? If policymakers on the global or local stages are not taking hold of the validation process, which is ultimately what gets these systems to market, then we are going to be held hostage by the people that make money from them. And that's really the situation that we're potentially looking at in the United States. You may think that I'm just raising problems, that this is just not a big thing, but think about what could go wrong. Think about the way wars are being fought, particularly in the global south or the global majority, which is a term that I prefer, particularly in Black environments. You have people like I do not even really know how to say this name properly, which is really sad because my name is Natalie Nkonde, but Yevgeny Prigozhin, prior to his passing, was going out into Africa and leading guerrilla wars. So these were illegal wars in which human rights abuses were already happening. The deployment of an inaccurate weapon in the hands of mercenaries is huge disaster. In the Caribbean context, the deployment of these weapons that take huge environmental impact to produce in these barrier islands that are already impacted by climate change is devastating. So the Caribbean, the CARICOM has to act along with other global partners. How should you act and how should you think about that is what I'm going to close with, because I'm really excited to hear from my colleagues. So one of the things that I'm offering this community is a way of integrated racially just approaches through using a literacy framework. The framework has 3 contingent parts. Cognitively, training sets draw and histories of race and racism. I can always add into there sex and sexism, ableism, LGBT. I could go on, but it's this idea that the training data that we provide, just like the training data that omitted Bessie Smith. So that's a new way of thinking about how a training set can be biased. It's not just it's always what's not there, but it's always why it's not there. I want you to think about that is always going to be there. So for this group, they should be thinking, how is my region represented or not within these technologies? The emotionality, there is a global backlash about centering racism, civil rights, and human rights as concerns. That there has always been a global backlash. So there have to be ways in which soft diplomacy can be combined with hard demands that can be combined with coalition building to build the type of pressure campaigns that are needed to push past this idea that these issues are not of a concern. I've just come back from London. I've been home in New York for 3 days. So in time for Carnival, I was very happy about that. I caught Carnival in London too. But one of the things that kept coming up in a talk I went to where Jeffrey Hinton had actually taught was Jeffrey Hinton does not care about this. Google does not care about this. Musk does not care about this. It's not a concern. To me, them not caring is an emotional state. My concern is the saving of human rights and building power around that. So what is our action plan, which is the 3rd part of this literacy framework? And I'm going to leave to you, our action plan should be the development of national approaches and global standards on how to center human and civil rights in AI regulation, and most specifically in this context, in the killing of autonomous weapons. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Matale, for those illuminating remarks on the risks posed by generative technologies, which I think many of us in the media, perhaps even trying out ourselves, some of these generative technologies like ChatGPT and others, which Matale mentioned, but what the huge consequences are in terms of gaps in training data, testing that training data, the validation of the training, and what the implications are in the context of weapons and war when we're looking at complex and dynamic environments. And I am sure that the racial literacy and tech framework that you presented, Matale, will provide food for thought for our discussions today. I'm going to turn over now to another film star from Immoral Code, who we, of course, also heard from yesterday in the expert panel on international law considerations of autonomous weapons. He needs no introduction, but I'm going to introduce him again anyways. Dr. Thompson Chengeta, Principal Investigator for the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Study on Human Rights Implications of AI. And Thompson is also a reader of law at Liverpool John Moores University. Thompson, over to you.
Thank you very much, Isabel, for the introduction. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In this session, my fellow panelists are already examining the multifaceted issues related to autonomous weapon systems, including racial and gender discrimination, as well as environmental impacts. Yesterday, I raised some of these issues in my intervention. So perhaps for the avoidance of repeating myself, in this short intervention today, I zero in on how these concerns, as articulated by my fellow panelists today, intersect with various branches of international law. The significance of grounding these concerns raised in this session within the framework of international law is crucial. All too frequently, I may say, these pressing matters, which Haley has highlighted, which Mtalia also was just highlighting a few moments ago, are often dismissed as utopian or idealistic. However, and I emphasize this point, the reality is that these issues that are being referred to in this morning's session find expression in international law treaties which are binding upon states. In the era of AI and the emerging fascination with autonomous weapon systems, the urgency to protect human life and dignity is more critical than ever and can never be overemphasized. This imperative requires a harmonized approach involving multiple branches of international law, each playing a non-negotiable role in safeguarding humanity. Again, I repeat this statement. This imperative requires a harmonized approach involving all branches of international law, each playing a non-negotiable role in safeguarding humanity. First, jus ad bellum, or the UN law against use of force, governs when and how force is legitimately exercised, setting vital boundaries on autonomous weapon system deployment. I have previously stated in my intervention yesterday that regional differences of what role jus ad bellum may play become very apparent. For regions like Africa, for example, where in terms of Article 23 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, there is a right to national and international peace. Jus ad bellum in this regard is seen as a critical outer layer protecting persons from AWS or autonomous weapon system violence. Second, international human rights law offers additional layers of protection, ensuring that AI technologies respect basic human freedoms, some issues of which are being raised this morning by my fellow panelists. Third, international humanitarian law, also known as jus in bello, steps in when conflicts arise, defining rules relevant to autonomous weapon systems with the aim of protecting those who are not directly taking part in hostilities. Fourth, international environmental law places essential restrictions on autonomous weapon systems' use to mitigate ecological damage and often overlooked but vital aspect of human security. Lastly, international criminal law then stands as the ultimate backstop, holding individuals and states accountable for AI-enabled atrocities. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a cocktail of these branches of international law can also provide a sober viewpoint on those AWS or autonomous weapon systems that are illegal per se, that is the ones that must be prohibited in terms of international law. The key takeaway here, perhaps in terms of what may be included in the declaration to be adopted from this region, is that these branches of international law that I'm mentioning, which are critically relevant to autonomous weapon system discussions, are not isolated legal frameworks, but are interconnected and interdependent. In a world currently characterized by techno-drew and over-promises of capabilities of autonomous weapon systems, it is crucial to remember that each branch of international law is indispensable in forming a robust shield against the potential excesses of AI and can provide a stable foundation for regulation. With that, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you, Thompson, for that analysis of the ecosystem of interdependent and reinforcing international legal frameworks that apply and building upon your remarks from yesterday and those of the other panelists. I will now turn it over to Brandon Mata Aguilar, who's a project technician at Fundación para la Paz y la Democracia, FUNPADEM, a civil society organization in Costa Rica, who was also a partner organization in convening the Latin American and Caribbean Conference on the Social and Humanitarian Impacts of Autonomous Weapons in February of this year. Brandon, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning, everyone. What we really want to talk about this morning is about our expertise in Costa Rica and how we as a non-organization or non-governmental organization has worked together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in order to get better results and to say, well, we are interested in working with that and it's necessary to present better proposals in order to identify what is the real impact of autonomous weapon systems. So based on that, as the Ambassador Chan said yesterday, everything started with implementation of a national group of experts about autonomous weapon systems. So at first, we identified it was necessary to have a local vision about what autonomous weapon systems were and how that impact Costa Rica on the international and national field. So with the support of Stop Kill Roads, at first we implemented this group in order to have some support and develop and lead in support of the work that Costa Rican mission was doing in Geneva in the framework of the GGE. So the first thing we said, well, autonomous weapon systems are being developed. So how this has an impact, a real impact on Costa Rican mission. We started to discuss with this group. This group was formed by several private and non-public institutions. I mean, they were part of universities, all the national universities were participating, also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for sure, and their representatives on every single directorate and office that has to do with this issue. Also, some other institutions such as Ministry of Public Security, the Ministry of Science, Telecommunications. We started to abord this topic in the multi-stakeholder field because we think, well, every single person has something to say about this. They can give us some feedback about how they, based on their knowledge and their professional career, could have these inputs in order to say a warning about the impacts of autonomous weapon systems. So we strengthen first national capabilities and try to promote our national positions, control position that also could be projected on the international field. This group, it's important to say that we thought it was so important to have a gender equality, and it's something we've been working on and still work on that, because we think that to have a better understanding, a better representation about this, it's important to take into account every single person and have this gender equality on the international field. So the objective of the group basically was to construct a national and integral approach about autonomous weapon systems, taking into consideration the multidisciplinary vision and gender equality to address about autonomous weapon systems. So due to the complexity, we started to realize that it was important to create this vision in order to promote and project into international fields. So this group started some national discussions about autonomous weapon systems. There were like lawyers, criminalistic professionals, also technicians, engineering, a person or people that were expert on humanitarian law or human rights, and they started give us and working together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about these inputs in order to say, well, what is the issue, or what are the warnings we might consider about autonomous weapon systems? And then, working together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and for sure all the diplomatic missions, we could translate these warnings and these inputs into international field. Because for sure, discussions were held in Geneva. But some states, at least here in a regional context, we don't have like the resources to have a permanent advisor in every single topic we're dealing with. But we do have our own national experts inside our institution that can give us that expertise that we need to promote a better understanding in the international path. Based on that, I was thinking yesterday about this, about how far this national and a small group of experts has arrived. And I thought, well, we started with this multidisciplinary approach about how we could just strengthen our national position about autonomous weapons systems with a Costa Rican perspective, because one of our principles as a nation on the international field is no proliferation, disarmament, and peace promotion. And it was reflected in the international sphere also. And thinking about this, I realized how far we have just arrived. For example, we started 3 years ago with this group, a small group, having virtual discussions due to a COVID pandemic. And now, if we see this year, in February, we organized the first ever regional conference about autonomous weapon systems, where Latin America and Caribbean states participated, and just give a huge call about the urgency to implement regulations and prohibitions about autonomous weapon systems. Then we launched, for sure, a national campaign with this Costa Rica vision of disarmament and the use of technology for peace. That is something we are working on. I mean, we don't think technology is bad. The thing is, why don't we just use this technology in other fields, such as health, academia, research, and other issues related to green technologies and resources instead of military field? It would be better, for sure, to have these advances on the technological field. And also, the Belém Communique was a huge precedent in our region, but now we do a diplomatic effort that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has done. Some other regional organizations have adopted this communique. What said that it was a huge step about our region. So the Belém Communique is a huge result of this effort that just started with a single, small, I say, group that started discussions about this. And now the SICA and the Ibero-American Summit also endorsed the communique this year. And we are so happy to see that another region is leading its own process about how autonomous weapon systems impact our region. I mean, what CARICOM is doing right now to think about this and try to get a multidisciplinary approach about autonomous weapon systems, and in this aspect, it's a huge step beyond what we have done as a whole region in America. So we feel so pleased and happy that you are dealing with your own process now. Based on that, I just want to conclude that multi-stakeholder approach is so important. As I said, we might not are like experts in every single step, but for sure we have experts in our country that can just support this international process. Also, I will remark that if we want to go beyond, we have to try to build some technical points about this, and we have the capabilities in our own countries to do that. And finally, I want to encourage you, based on our experience as a civil society organization and non-governmental organization, that small steps makes a huge change. We started with a small group, and now you countries and your representatives adopted a regional communique, and now we are here representing and giving this experience to you because you decided to lead your own process. So it is like, I want to congratulate, and for sure, we are so pleased to participate and to support this process also.
Thank you, Brandon, for a bit of a case study of sorts from Costa Rica and the successes of building that multidisciplinary, multi-stakeholder approach to develop Costa Rica's national position, but then to set precedent, which has inspired further regional action and of course, important contributions to the international discussions as well. And the fact that national campaign was built on and founded on principles of inclusion and equality and promotion of national and regional expertise. So now, last but certainly not least, I'm pleased to welcome Sienna Smith, who will be joining us remotely. Sienna is an attorney and an AI research ethicist in Jamaica, the co-chair of the Your World and Mine initiative, co-founder of the Artificial Intelligence Research Council Americas, and a member of the International Committee for Robot Arms Control, ICRAC. Sienna, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so very much, Isabel, and greetings, everyone. I regret so much not being able to be present with everyone today in Trinidad. Nonetheless, I'm very happy I'm able to share in this moment, and I'm very grateful to share my perspective for the security of humanity, the right to a dignified life, and the preservation of indigenous culture. The topic I shall use for my presentation or my sharing today would be, let's demonstrate commitment to humanity. This is a declaration of peace, civility, and serenity. Permit me to share my perspective. Are these the days of Elijah? Is it the time of symbol, hope, and redemption? Many may or may not know the story of Elijah, but it remains a beautiful story of hope and redemption. The Americas has been and remains a cross-section of culture and people with daily routines to live. The only shared ideology is preservation of humanity and protection of the earth. Despite how many different disciplines and areas of expertise, the wonder of many still remains, what really is life? There is no oxymoron to describe it and no words to explain its sacredness. It stands as a distinct existence which creates only further life. To preserve life, there has been numerous teachings and laws. The objective of all mechanisms to preserve the sacredness and the sanctity of life. As we embark on our technology journey, we must ensure that any power derived from the use of such technology be used for the service of peace and to avoid the different dimensions of war and use of force. Whilst no man is perfect, each man's goal should be to strive for perfection. Today, we're addressing the concerns of lethal autonomous weapon systems or autonomous weapon systems. Let no mother cry for the loss of a child to a lifeless automated weapon. I speak on behalf of several groups and cultures within the Americas in relation to international rights, humanitarian principles, legality and morality, covering the very principles of ethics and the assessment of governance for all humanity concerned. As we embark on our journey to responding to the challenges posed by autonomous weapon systems, to global peace, security, international law, we must remember that only serenity will keep us steadfast in happiness, whilst demonstrating a commitment to the survival of humanity and the sacredness of life. As I speak from an Indigenous perspective and a legal background, I may ask, have we forgotten the earth? We use it for destruction as it suits our leisure, yet it only gives goodness to us. Across the Americas, we support completely the preservation of life and the protection of the earth. Whilst we embrace technology, we must ensure that such power is used for the service of peace. As humans, we are entitled to a constitutional right to a dignified life. This dignified life can only be lived without fear. Therefore, we need security and safety. The creation of lethal autonomous weapons threatens the very principle of a dignified life and for nationhood and kingdom existence. The minerals of the earth were created for healing. The waters were made to keep our balance. In such a state, only righteousness can abide. Let us, as a Caribbean, represent only light. Let our duty be to ensure that we make decisions only suited for international peace and international dignity. The very philosophy of robotic technology is foreign and very strange to a world of indigenous people and their existence. Their only hope is to live a simple life, which is dignified. So what shall we do different? Let us look at history and the world of wars gone before. It is only with wisdom that we can avoid any step towards destruction. We shall therefore be wise with all decisions made to create policies to protect the earth and to protect the youth and to protect humanity. Like Esther, I want to be of service of righteousness and peace. So I declare, let there be solidarity in the protection of life within the Americas and across the earth. And let there be preservation of the earth, the waters, and that no destruction shall be cast on man by machine. Therefore, let no machine have power over its own master, and let accountability reign. And in closing, I'll say, the resolution of humanitarian disarmament is a duty for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sienna, for bringing in those perspectives of indigeneity and environmental protections, and of course the call to action on autonomous weapon systems being built on a shared determination to preserve human dignity, which I think has been something we've heard in all of the sessions in this conference so far. With that, I would like to conclude this opening session for today. Please join me in thanking the speakers for this thought-provoking conversation. I believe now we will hand over to the room for a roundtable discussion, and I will invite our Master of Ceremonies to the stage to guide us through that.
Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to this very great group that's leaving the stage now. Yesterday, we heard from varying speakers from different parts of the world in terms of the issue of autonomous weapon system. And today, we continue that conversation. Yesterday we reflected much on issues and perspectives such as international humanitarian law, international human rights law, and also international criminal law, and how those impact autonomous weapons system. We also recognize that the global discourse is heavily tilted towards international humanitarian law, or more issues of conflict, the Geneva Convention. We recognize that most of what affects us, in particular in the Caribbean, issues of armed violence, law enforcement, this is not, or it is seldom in terms of the literacy or the literature on autonomous weapons system. And we concluded this morning with a session on the intersectional areas such as race, class, ethnicity, which we believe are critical in terms of human rights and in terms of if we're dealing with anything on autonomous weapons system and AI, and how it will impact us as developing states, persons of color, different ethnicity, and this should be part of international normative framework. With regard to this session, it will be an open session where I have the liberty of calling anyone I want to. I have been given the authority, I do not know by whom, but I've been given the authority to request, hey, you need to speak, and don't say, I do not have anything to say. That's not the reply that I expect. But first, I believe that most of the sessions we've had, unfortunately, we did not have much time for questions. So I'll open the floor for general questions. And firstly, any questions? Let me see who's the smartest person in the room there. Oh, Toyn, because Toyn do not want me to call him for me to ask him a question, so he's going to ask a question first. Okay, Toyn, let me hear from you.
Thank you, Calixtus. I just want to congratulate the panel on the fantastic work that they did this morning. It was really informative, and I have not a lot of questions coming from it, so I'll just ask. One, this is for the first presenter. She discussed a lot about the value that the intersectoral work or intersectoral approach had on the work that she did. So I want to know what were the challenges, if any, in aligning with the right partners, and what are the key takeaways or principles from the partnership dynamics that work and that you would recommend for replication? Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think the first speaker was Ms. Haley. Is Haley in the room? Yes. Okay. Bear with Haley. Haley has some physical discomfort, so.
Can you just repeat the question? Because I wasn't expecting one, so I wasn't really prepared. Sorry.
Yeah, this would be my pleasure to repeat it. I was
Thank you.
planning to ask this since yesterday. In the work that you do, I recognize that the partnerships, the intersectoral partnerships that you discussed was very, did a lot to ensure success. So I wanted to know then what were the challenges, if any, in aligning with the right partners, and what are the key takeaways or principles from the partnership dynamics that work that you would probably want to discuss or give us some guidelines on. Thanks.
Thank you. Great question. I would take it back because actually firstly, there's always challenges. But there were challenges even in our own campaign, in our own organizations, in terms of what are the priorities, and a lot of people are so concerned about, like, we need to get to a treaty or we need to have, like, disarmament or whatever it is, that can somehow overshadow the process of getting there. And when you're doing that, you are actually in danger of just reinforcing a lot of the structural inequalities that have created these weapons in the first place. So I think that those challenges that we had with partners are the same challenges that we have in our own houses. So, but what I would say is that just because everything isn't perfect in where you're working at the moment or the people that you're working with doesn't mean that you should shy away from doing this work. It's important work. It has to be done. But I think it's really important that as we're not as much pointing fingers at others as we are at ourselves. And whilst we're doing that, we're trying to uphold and uplift everyone and everything. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Haley. And as one of our top dancehall artists, Capleton, keep the fire burning, even in your own organization, even though when the system is against you, okay? So continue that great work. Dr. St. John?
It was during the presentation of my friend over there when he was talking about how do you deal with these autonomous weapons. Do you ban the drone itself? Do you ban the company? And he was giving all the reasons why you shouldn't do it, like, ban the machine. But practically, the drones are all over the Caribbean already for recreational and other purposes. So if there is a particular piece of equipment, the drone, which is particularly easy to capture and retrofit so it becomes an autonomous weapon, why not kill the machine? Because the profit margin is going to be the purchase of the machine and the use of the machine. I am looking at some of the practical ways to do things. The speakers said, don't get so caught up in trying to, at least this is how I interpreted her, don't get so caught up in trying to get the perfect treaty that you can't start with what you have now and deal with it. I really think that the Caribbean is so well set up for this to just be transplanted and used against us that we need to look at practical ways that do not require a long negotiation process for legislation or a treaty or anything. Practical ways at the point of implementation, the sale, the purchase, and the sale of such autonomous weapons so that we can get the ball rolling. I mean, we don't have the luxury of time. We are one plane flight away from most of the threats and risks that affect the rest of the world. So I see you're on your feet. I'm anxious to hear you again.
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. You're exactly right to point out the concerns with commercially available technology, whether that's drones or anything else. There have been times in the past where there have been pieces of technology that really only serve an indecent purpose, whether that's, there have been types of ammunition, for example, that just really aren't made because their only purpose would be to inflict unnecessary suffering. Expanding bullets, for example, that enter the body and then expand, just causing more damage, but not incapacitating a combatant any more than a regular bullet would. As you point out, though, a lot of this autonomous or drone technology, a lot of the emerging technology generally has many purposes. You pointed out recreational purposes as well, security, surveillance, and so it's difficult to say that just banning this technology would be the most effective way to do it. Banning specifically autonomous weapons, sure, that may be a different discussion, but So outright prohibiting the sale of autonomous weapons designed to be weapons, yeah, that's certainly a possibility. But at least for us at the ICRC, we look at the effects of the use of a technology. So if we're talking about a drone that is used in an autonomous way to violate international human rights law or international humanitarian law, it's that effect that we care about. So what would be important to be prohibited for us is the use of that technology in a way that violates the law, that violates people's rights. And you're absolutely right to point out that that's more difficult to do. But I think that it strikes the right balance. I hope that answers your question. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Any other questions, please? Minister.
Not a question, but rather just a comment. Thank you very much, Chair. Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal, Minister in the Office of the Attorney General. Just want to begin, of course, by welcoming, it's my first day, participating in this conference. So, of course, I want to take the opportunity again to welcome each and every one of you, of course, our CARICOM partners and colleagues for being here in Trinidad and Tobago as we continue this very critical discussion. Chair, I just want to, commend highly, of course, our presenters this morning. Who, of course, would have dealt in wholesome with the intersectional approach to disarmament and the analysis of various ways in which, of course, AI is discriminatory or can be discriminatory. This is particularly close to my heart and, of course, to the core of what the government of Trinidad and Tobago stands for, that intersectional approach to the creation of any piece of legislation or any treaty, especially when you're called upon to govern societies that are so plural, so multicultural, so diverse, where there are various races, various religions. And I want to just simply applaud, of course, our speakers for recognizing how critical an intersectional approach is, more in AI, but I believe that applies to the creation of law and policy as a whole in multicultural and multi-diverse societies. And I'll tell you why I say that and why this is particularly close to me. Recently, as a government, we have had to deal with issues raised by our opposition bench relative, or the opposition in Trinidad and Tobago, as it relates to stand your ground legislation. And stand your ground legislation being viewed as one of the pieces of law that could possibly be used in our battle against crime and criminal activity in Trinidad and Tobago. And believe it or not, our government has taken the approach of not supporting at this point in time stand your ground legislation because we applied an intersectional approach in reviewing the law as it relates to stand your ground legislation and how that very piece of legislation, if passed in Trinidad and Tobago, how it can actually, the biases that can be applied in that said piece of legislation, and how you can have that piece of legislation being used to promote racialism and, of course, people with racial agendas, how that piece of law can, if misapplied or abused, how it can actually be used to target certain sections of our society. And of course, we would have looked at that legislation. The learning that we would have applied, of course, would have been case studies from the US that spoke to, the legislation as a whole, the abuse of the legislation, and of course, the negative impact on certain groups, racial groups in our society. And I'm making reference to this because I believe this intersection, I believe that our government is already aligned with, applying an intersectional approach when we are considering policies, when we are considering legislation. So to hear our speakers come here this morning and recognize how critical it is for government or all of us who sit at this round table to recognize the importance of that intersectional approach and reminding ourselves that before we support any piece of legislation or any policy, it is critical for us to look at the ramifications said policy or legislation could potentially have on our various races and various sections of our society. I also want to recognize a contribution or submission that was made by one of our speakers, where mention was made of the oratory concerns that may arise with the use of AI technology. And that is so important for us as a Caribbean people, because sometimes I want to give Siri a command on my phone and I may have to change my accent, because if I start to speak real Trini here, a lot of people may not understand what I had to say, and that is the reality. So hearing that contribution and submission on that oratory issues that can exist in the use of AI technology, I want to highly commend the presenter who made recognition of that particular point, and I believe that is a critical point, especially in the Caribbean, where there are so many dialects, and then we create a dialect on a daily basis, and then with this new Gen Z population, there's now the slang that is also a part of the thing. I'm grateful for that submission, because of course, it's something for us as governments and of course as major stakeholders sitting at this table to consider. And certainly, of course, the contribution made relative to racially just approach to technology and the Betsy Smith case study that was presented today. I thank our presenter for that contribution. So that's just my little 2 pence, Chair. I just wanted to recognize and again thank our speakers for, the contributions made earlier today. Thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Minister, thank you for reiterating those points. I think that it was actually really, really needed, in particular us as a Caribbean people in terms of our views moving forward. I do not know if I should say my favorite person from Costa Rica, because there might be persons online from Costa Rica. Okay, I'll say my longtime friend, Ambassador Chan. Kindly take the floor.
Thank you so much, Calixto, for giving me the floor. I would like to stress 4 points that I heard today and that I consider worth highlighting. First, the issue of intersectionality. Many member states consider intersectionality to be in the realm of human rights alone, and it matters in international peace and security, in arms control, disarmament, and non-proliferation. So we need to acknowledge its significance. Another issue was that we may consider that due to the complexities of the current political environment in the world with the war in Ukraine, progress when it comes to arms control, disarmament, and non-proliferation, it's locked because of that, but that's not the case. The inertia of the disarmament machinery primarily stems for the over-reliance on the rule of consensus. And consensus has regressed from being an essential starting point to becoming the lowest common denominator, hindering substantial progress. And we are here to push for progress. Another point that I have heard through the conference and our speakers is the issue that the Global South continues to lie, to trail behind in effectively addressing artificial intelligence, autonomous weapon systems, cyber, drones, and other emerging technologies. That's why a multi-stakeholder approach, as Brandon said, is crucial. The Costa Rican group of experts on autonomous weapon systems and the campaign that we have called Technology at the Service of Peace are two crucial examples of what states from the Global South can do to address these threats. And I join Brandon in urging all member states in attendance to emulate this model, not only the group of experts that includes academia, government officials, and CSOs, but also we have Gender Party. And Gender Party is crucial, it's here to stay, and you cannot have any group of experts nowadays without having half of the women in the room. Another point that Brandon made and that I want to stress is that what Costa Rica has done and has done well is that Belén marked the initial stride of our efforts. We extended our endeavors to the sub-regional stage, engaging with the Central American System, SICA, and then we went to the OAS and further still it to the Ibero-American Summit, where we engaged with 3 European Union states, Andorra, Portugal, and Spain. So imagine this, we already have 3 European Union states acknowledging the need to a legally binding treaty and to address the issue and the concerns about autonomous weapon systems. Another point that I like to make is the correlation between autonomous weapon systems and human rights. And this point must be stressed once and once again. These discussions have largely centered on the use of such systems in armed conflict. However, it is increasingly clear that autonomous weapon systems are also becoming available in the domestic law enforcement. This is very problematic, specifically on the rise to bodily integrity, such as the right to life and the right to dignity. Where human control is retained, machine autonomy can enhance human autonomy. But at the same time, this means that higher standards of responsibility about the use of force should be applied because there is a higher level of human control. In the case of fully autonomous weapons entails no meaningful human control, and as a result, such weapons should not no role to play in law enforcement. So I wanted to add these points to the conversation, and I thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished representative from Costa Rica. I would now like to call on and invite the distinguished representative of Antigua and Barbuda, Ms. Asha.
Good morning, Mr. MC, and good morning and good day to all participants. On behalf of my delegation, we're very, very happy to be here, happy to be in Trinidad again, and really taking in all the information that we've heard from our panelists from during the course of this conference. And I don't have questions per se, but I do have some comments and just to reinforce some points. This morning's discussion on intersectionality, I reiterate the comments made by previous speakers that this is a very, very important aspect that we need to consider, and how it further puts us in the Caribbean and the plurality of our identities at risk if these weapons are left unabated and unregulated. So that's something that's very, very important. And just, we keep hearing about the developments in these technologies. And just yesterday, I was having a discussion with someone, and we were talking about how, you know, we hear about all these great benefits that are so far in the future, but the problems and the disadvantages are affecting us today. So we really have to consider that, and how, not to stop innovation. Innovation is very important, but we have to really think about how this development if allowed to continue to grow unabated, can really, really significantly impact us, and we may only recognize that when, unfortunately, it may be too late. Another point that I would like to reiterate, and I do think Ambassador mentioned this just a little while ago, in that we really have to consider how the domestic impacts of autonomous weapons. In our region, we may not be as concerned about wartime impacts. However, we need to ensure that any interventions made through treaties and these sorts of things really hone in and pay attention to potential local, regional criminal impacts that these weapons may have. And that will more than likely affect us than more larger wartime impacts. And also, I'm very happy that I'm being positive. I hope that at the end of this we can have our CARICOM declaration. I think that's an excellent start. And we also need to think of other interventions that can be made locally and regionally, perhaps model legislation, all these things that we can do in the build-up to potentially the legally binding treaty that we know can take long. Legislation also takes longer, but regionally or even nationally, model bills can be developed with the expert input of impacts and ICRC and these partners that we have. We can possibly start with some local interventions, and that can feed into the international legally binding processes that we're working towards. So thank you very much.
Thank you, the distinguished representative of Antigua and Barbuda. May I have the distinguished representative of Belize, please?
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to the panelists for their very informative discussions. I would like to highlight Ms. Haley's presentation. I think it was such an excellent discussion that needs to be had. And it's primarily because when I think of the need for intersectionality, what comes to my mind is the concept of the imaginative geographies of fear. And this is the ways different people, places, landscapes, and cultures are represented in narratives and actions by other groups. And it's often a reflection of the power dynamics between those who are creating the narratives and those who are the subjects of the imaginings. And the subjects of the imaginings are normally those in the global south. And in the way that this relates to autonomous weapon systems, when we think of who has the power to develop these types of weapons and who has the power to deploy these types of weapon systems, it is more than likely the countries of the global north. And it's often the countries in the global north that controls the power narratives. And we see this in the ways that, for example, the Middle East or Africa is represented in discourse, in conversations, in intelligence reports. So it's important for us to understand the types of imaginative fears that can be used in data in the deployment of these weapon systems to reflect a power dynamic and a divide which can lead to more securitized policies in terms of the response to certain actions within the international system. So we can consider, or we can think of how the types of biases that might be put into in autonomous weapon systems when it's deployed in the Middle East, for example, or in Africa, for example. So I think it's such an important conversation for us to have from now. And in terms of the Caribbean, if these weapon systems would be used within the Caribbean, who would more than likely be the targets of these weapon systems? It would be brown people, black people, because of this preconceived narratives of the culture and of the features of black and brown people. So thank you for leading that discussion.
Thank you very much, distinguished representative of Belize. May I now have the distinguished representative from CARICOM Impacts, Rufus?
And thanks, Calixtus. And we've heard from yesterday, we heard the relevance of having accountability and structures in place to deal with autonomous weapons. As you know, in today's rapid evolving technology landscape, the regulation of emerging technologies stands at the forefront of global discussion, particularly as we confront the emergence of AWS. It becomes evident that our approach to governance and accountability must be not only effective, but also equitable and inclusive. So in this context, we find ourselves facing a pivotal consideration. As you said, we heard about the global North-South dynamics. These dynamics are driven by disparities in resources, influence, and access to technology, significantly impact how we navigate the regulatory framework for autonomous weapons. So my question is directed to Dr. Thompson Chigita, and we seek to delve into the hearts of this matter by posing this question to him. When considering the global North-South dynamics in the regulation of emerging technologies like autonomous weapons, what are the key challenges in ensuring a more equitable and inclusive approach to governance and accountability? And are there successful models or frameworks from international law that can be adapted to address these dynamics effectively?
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, sir, for your question. I would perhaps start by saying that there is not really an easy answer to that question, but I will try perhaps to put forward what I would think is a starting point in trying to have an equitable regulatory framework on this emerging technology. I think the first thing that is critical to take into consideration is the forum within which these discussions are taking place. I think one of the main points which we have emphasized, at least from the Global South perspective, is that there are certain issues that arise from autonomous weapon systems that fall within certain legal frameworks. I'll give examples. The questions of racism, questions of intersectionality, which we are discussing and everyone is interested in today, are not necessarily within the purview of the UN Convention on Conventional Weapons. So the problem where we're having a problem is where the global North states or the international community, already we are having 11 guiding principles, one of them saying the UNCCW is the appropriate framework within which to discuss these issues. Yet that framework specifically tells you that it is conscripted to issues of armed conflict, thereby considering mainly international humanitarian law. So already you are playing, if I may say, forgive me for saying this, perhaps in the wrong field or in a wrong stadium. Now, in that regard, if I add another bit, I think I've emphasized the question of saying one of the critical issues that is posed by autonomous weapon systems is national security, international security. And the importance of security for people from Global South is that the protection of these rights that we are articulating are more fully protected within the peace situation. So the important legal framework that deals with that is the one which I was referring to as jus ad bellum, or the law on the prohibition of use of force. Yet that particular framework is not again within the purview of the UNCCW. So what is happening here when you're talking about equitability or formulating policy? You are having questions where a number of states are going in a forum which in a way exclude issues that mainly affect states from the Global South. Potential solution, there are many disarmament treaties that have been negotiated, for example, outside the framework of the UNCCW. I would suggest, for example, that the idea which is being already put across there to say maybe we need to discuss within the framework of the UN General Assembly could be a potential solution. However, as a last point of a potential solution on equitable regulation, I would say, while we wait on what is happening at the international level in terms of saying we come up with a regulation, at the regional level, we also need to start doing something. And here, for example, when you're talking, for example, on the African continent, we are already having the Resolution 473. We had called for that study to say, let's come up with even regional so to say, treaties or regulation framework. Why are these important? Once on each region you are coming up with your own regulation and policies, it creates some sort of what we would call state practice, and that state practice is critical, important in building what you would consider then rules in the international governance. I would want to end there and again saying that it's really not an easy question which I can say I can give an easy answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions on the floor? Representative from CARICOM Secretariat.
Thank you, colleagues. It's not so much a question as a couple of quick comments. I noted with interest the speaker from Belize referencing low-hanging fruits. I'm just paraphrasing. While we wait on the necessary, but sometimes long-term process it takes to deal with legislation and even the declaration, I'm reminded the Mutale, that I think was the second presenter, she spoke a lot about advancing racial literacy, and I believe there was some discussion around standards around testing for generative technologies as well. So maybe we can look at that, a bit deeper and sort of parallel that development or exploration in conjunction with the declaration that we're looking at, so that we can start pulling from some of those low-hanging fruits, because what that will do, it would create an interest and then generate that continuous interest as we go along, so that we as a region, because I know most persons are very, very busy once they get back to their desk and their countries, but at least it will be a sort of a roadmap, a point to point while we go, and it will keep that interest generated. I also have, while we're on the topic of low-hanging fruit, I keep getting the name wrong. Let me make sure I get it right. Yes. Haley. You spoke about, and you can correct me if I didn't hear as clearly, but to me I heard you referencing some toolkits for analysis of what I consider to be root causes of violence. And if that is the case, then I would really like to hear a little more about that, because that is also another low-hanging fruit that we could look at in parallel with the declaration and the legislation that should come from this conference. Thanks.
Well, I don't recall speaking specifically about any one toolkit, but in terms of taking an intersectional approach, I was talking about using that as a transformative tool to really understand what is behind a lot of what is happening. And, I think there are lots of various things that we can use, and other speakers spoke about tools that they have as well. But what is really important is that these aren't just theoretical concepts, and that we must use them to move things forward. So I would love to work more with CARICOM, specifically the Secretariat and Impact, in looking at how we can utilize what we have in the various different tools to do some of this work, in particular when people are talking about using intersectional analysis in policy. I think that's super important, incredibly important, and that intersectionality as a tool should not just be confined to human rights. I think that's another point that was raised today. So yeah, we have these tools available to us. It's not something that is spoken about because, you know, the representative from Belize mentioned about the various narratives, who is setting the narratives, and this is what we need to interrupt. This is what we need to disrupt. This is a perspective that is incredibly important to us in the Black and brown people, people from the global south, marginalized groups. It is something that we need to keep on talking about so that we can help set the narrative, we can help set the agenda and help shift the status quo when it comes to power.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, we have run out of time. We will resume at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, welcome back. We are trying to keep on time today. I know we are a few minutes late. To commence this session, I would now like to invite the distinguished permanent representative of Bahamas to the United Nations, Ambassador Smith.
Yes. Good morning. Welcome everyone to this session. The theme for this session is taking action against autonomous weapon systems. We are to consider the political landscape of multilateral discussions on autonomous weapon systems, the trajectory of the issue, and opportunities for states to engage in upcoming multilateral meetings and cross-cutting initiatives. Our participants are Alexander Clement, Ambassador, Director for Disarmament, Arms Control and Non-Proliferation of the Federal Ministry for Europe and International Affairs of Austria, who will participate remotely. Thank you for participating. Her Excellency Maritza Chan Valverde, Ambassador, Permanent Representative of the Mission of Costa Rica to the United Nations, and Tanya Banuelos Majea, Political Affairs Officer, United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs. As a lead into this discussion on the political landscape of multilateral discussions, I would like to offer a sketch of the multilateral dynamic that affects international discourse and development initiatives. There are three basic types of multilateralism. The first kind involves the projection of state competence in areas of priority interests for countries. The second kind involves taking best practices and models of development from the multilateral sector and investing them into the domestic space. The third kind of multilateralism is that unique skill set and ability of countries to create parallel networks from the multilateral space for alliance building to achieve their international and regional and domestic objectives. There is yet a fourth, and that fourth kind of multilateralism is where states individually or collectively create new policies, innovations, and paths that support and improve the development of multilateralism and their spaces developmentally domestic, regionally, and internationally. I will invite our panelists, first Ambassador Clement, to address this considering the challenges, the constraints that each of these kinds of multilateralism sometimes pose in addressing the political landscape on this issue. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours, Mr. Clement.
Thank you so much. Can you just confirm that you can hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much, Excellencies, dear colleagues. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. It's a real pleasure and honor for me to participate in this important meeting, but at the same time, of course, it's a real pity that I can't be there in person in your beautiful region. It's the annual Ambassadors Conference in my ministry, and I could not get away. But I'm nevertheless very pleased to be part of the discussion virtually. Regional initiatives carry a lot of weight and have wide-ranging impact on discussions at an international level. And of course, we saw the conference in Costa Rica this February and the Belém communique as a powerful signal to the world. And we, of course, expect not less from the discussions at your meeting, which I think falls into the fourth category that you mentioned, the network building to create new policies and new paths. So I think this is really very correct what you said. As you may know, my own country, Austria, has been active in the discussions in the group of governmental experts over the past years, and we were pleased that last year in 2022 we could gather the support of 70 states, again, a cross-regional group of countries, around the joint statement on this issue in the General Assembly. And we intend to continue on this path, and I will go into more detail of this a little bit later in my intervention. But I just wanted to first expand a little on the overall issue and how we see this from the perspective of my country. The issue of autonomy in weapon systems is an absolutely unique challenge that differs from other issues that we face in disarmament efforts and in our goal of safeguarding and strengthening international humanitarian law. We're talking less of a weapons category in itself and more it's a spectrum of autonomous functions that will be included in existing systems. And of course, this is very difficult to capture conceptually. So we believe that we need collective answers that go beyond the discussion on the application of international humanitarian law. We also need to address ethical challenges, and we need to address the human rights aspects, and we need to address, of course, the security implications. So we're facing a really high stakes issue here with regard to the dignity of human beings, but also for global peace and security. And this can only work in a cross-regional and multi-stakeholder, multilateral process from our perspective. Autonomous weapons risk to trigger a new arms race in the conventional domain due to the data and algorithm-based character of their proliferation and use outside of regulations of state actors is only a matter of time. So we need to move fast, and we need to set up norms, guardrails, and limits which must not be crossed. So it's a real threshold moment for humanity, I think, on this issue. This includes the necessity of meaningful human control and a strong commitment that these weapons cannot be used, a strong commitment against those weapons that cannot be used in accordance with existing international law. So a large number of countries take part in the discussion of the group of governmental experts in Geneva, are supportive of a legally binding instrument. And I think we do have a very strong cross-regional support for this in order to address this breadth of issues that I've mentioned before. And just recently, the Secretary General has given a clear recommendation to complete such an endeavor by 2026 in his document, The New Agenda for Peace. So you know that the discussions in Geneva began nearly 10 years ago, and since 2017, they are taking place in the group of governmental experts. And despite the fact that we lack a concrete outcome, aside from the 11 guiding principles, we think that nevertheless, these discussions have been valuable for building knowledge and for building awareness across the regions and across all stakeholders. And they have been a place for engagement for states and for civil society stakeholders. But it is regrettable that under the most recent mandates, the breadth of ethical issues, the related human rights issues, and wider security challenges did not get the attention that they deserve. And in the last couple of years, the discussions culminated in various concrete proposals on how to address the issue of autonomy in weapon systems, including the so-called two-tier approach. And again, we support it, and I think there is a very large cross-regional group of countries that is supportive of this approach now. So the next step, very clearly from our perspective, should be to move to concrete negotiations on an instrument which, in our view, should of course be a legally binding instrument. Because in a rules-based international order, international law must be dynamic. It must be able to evolve in order to uphold and strengthen protection in the face of new developments in technology or in military practice. So against this background, we've worked on a resolution for this year's General Assembly on the issue of lethal autonomous weapon systems, together with a cross-regional group of co-sponsors, which includes Costa Rica and Mexico. It builds on, and it will be a follow-up to last year's joint statement, which was supported by 70 states, as I mentioned. And its main operative paragraph is to request the Secretary General to seek the views of member states and to submit a substantive report to the General Assembly in 2024. We think that such a resolution will not only raise awareness about this crucial issue, but it will also help build momentum in order to address the significant challenges posed by autonomous weapons. It will give impetus to international discussions on this topic, in particular also the group of governmental experts. And in 1 year's time, the report by the Secretary General will provide us, we hope, with strong and comprehensive input and guidance to help us move forward on this issue. So the main advantage from our perspective of such a report would lie in its inclusiveness, as it will be comprised of the views of all member states of the United Nations, including those who do not participate and cannot participate in the group of governmental experts in Geneva. And I note that this actually includes most of CARICOM states. We think that such a report is timely, as it will require states to also update their positions on the issue of autonomous weapons, taking into account recent technological breakthroughs in artificial intelligence and developments in the use of technology in the battlefield. And at the more sort of general level, we also think that it's simply the duty of the First Committee of the General Assembly to give proper and full attention to issues of such profound humanitarian and security significance and to their possible implications on global peace and security. So the draft resolution I talked about will be circulated still this week in New York and Geneva, and we would, of course, be very grateful for your consideration and support of this project. And if it is adopted, which of course we hope that you will engage actively in providing input to the report, reflecting the challenges that you see and the concerns that you have. Inclusiveness and global participation will significantly increase the value and impact of such a report. So dear colleagues, the specific nature of this new category of weapons requires a holistic view which goes beyond those countries who are developing them. And I think that is the crucial issue, also linking to the categories that you mentioned, the skill set of countries and the network building. This is an issue of absolute crucial importance for all humanity. So we need to insist on a multilateral, cross-regional approach. And of course, in light of this, we consider this conference, your conference and your discussions to be an important pillar and contribution to this and to the future international work on this issue. So we're fully aware that the resolution I talked about will, of course, only be a small step in the face of this dramatic technological rapid development that we see, but it's one concrete step in the right direction and one that hopefully we can take together with the whole or almost the whole international community to help create these new standards and new paths, new spaces that you mentioned in your introduction. I stop here. I thank you very much once again for the invitation and look forward to the rest of the session and to the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Clement. I would like to leave open to the other contributing panelists and to the room some themes that arose in your intervention, which I think are very useful. One, the unique spectrum of autonomous weapons functions and its holistic nature. I would like to invite the audience to consider that these autonomous weapons, what they do is they create a concentration on the displacement of human beings in leading the decision-making on life and death. And that is different from the framework of the CCW, which deals with scale of devastation. And that very distinct difference between the two things sets the unique autonomous weapons systems capability apart as offering a civilizational value proposition that is quite different from the value propositions that other weapons create in war for consideration. One. Second, you mentioned moving fast, and I would like to ask you to respond to this as well as any of the other panelists. The question is, are our frameworks for implementation of human accountability in our bureaucracies not fit for the purposes related to regulating these technologies, which are improving and accelerating ever so quickly that human bureaucracies aren't able to match them with accountability? Are our implementation bureaucracies not fit? And then, would it be viable for us to consider seeking new regulatory forms of implementation to manage these accelerating technologies? I would like to offer that to you, Ambassador Clement, and any of the other panelists in the room at this stage, but I thank you very much for your intervention, and I would like to invite Her Excellency Maritza Chan Valverde to offer her intervention. Please. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. First, allow me to start by recognizing that the talks within the framework of the CCW on the issue of autonomous weapons or lethal autonomous weapon systems has been instrumental in addressing this matter and enabling the international community to make important progress on developing shared understanding and convergence on key issues, including on the centrality of the human element. However, the CCW is limited in scope, not only in terms of state parties, but also in terms of substance. Only 4 CARICOM member states are state parties to the CCW. Furthermore, the CCW applies only to international humanitarian law and not to international human rights law or international criminal law. That's an important point to make. Another difficulty is that several member states in our region is that CCW has not taken gender, race, and other issues raised by an intersectional approach into account. Secondly, over the past few years, it has become increasingly challenging to decisively capitalize on progress. This stagnation is particularly worrying given that technological developments are advancing at a staggering speed. This underscores the immediate need to come together to set guardrails, as Ambassador Kemen just stated, around the development and use of autonomous weapon systems to address the risk that they will outspace or challenge international governance or regulation. And let me emphasize once more that there is insufficient governance for autonomous weapon systems and other emerging technologies. We are lagging behind. Third, this issue has already left the constraints of Geneva. It is part of the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda and the new Agenda for Peace. In fact, in the new Agenda for Peace, the Secretary General is calling for a legally binding treaty by 2026. In this regard, Costa Rica calls on expanding all these discussions to all available fora as this technology is developing rapidly. As I stated before, autonomous weapon systems are also becoming available for use in domestic law enforcement and pose other risks in peacetime. We know that criminal organizations could easily access and thus abuse these technologies. Once again, we're lagging behind. And there is a need for a robust and comprehensive international legal framework that addresses the ethical, legal, and humanitarian aspects of autonomous weapons as these systems challenge existing norms and principles of warfare. Fourth, it is also crucial to promote an inclusive and transparent multilateral process under the roof of the United Nations. I want to reiterate Costa Rica's commitment to fostering dialogue among a diverse group of stakeholders, including civil society, academia, and affected communities, to ensure that decisions related to autonomous weapons are made with a broader interest of humanity in mind. My last point is about building momentum. Momentum matters. That's why the Belek communiqué marked the initial stride in our efforts. We extended our endeavors to the sub-regional stage, engaging with the Central American Integration System, CICA. Our advocacy has reached the Organization of American States, and further still to the Ibero-American Summit, where, as I stated before, we engage with 3 European Union member states, Andorra, Portugal, and Spain. The CARICOM conference and the humanitarian aspect of autonomous weapon systems is another valuable opportunity to build such momentum, to forge common understanding, and to jointly declare the urgent need to make progress and ensure that human beings exert appropriate control and involvement in the use of these technologies. This will ensure that their use is in compliance with international law and that humans remain accountable for decisions made on the use of force. For this, every voice counts. I appeal to you, to all member states, to seek alignment, to facilitate this development of shared understandings and convergence on key substantive issues. It's high time to turn the many years of fruitful deliberations at the CCW into an operational outcome, to advance and to formally recognize the strides that have been made, and to urgently agree on a pathway leading to an effective international instrument based on the regulation and prohibition of these systems that cannot be used in compliance with international humanitarian law, international human rights law, international criminal law, and the regulation of other types of autonomous weapon systems. Those are my initial remarks, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ambassador Maritza. We note and thank you for delineating the legal deficiencies of the CCW for housing regulations related to lethal autonomous weapon systems. We note your view that these issues have left the constraints of Geneva and that the United Nations in New York is the most appropriate venue for building momentum, which is key to support an advocacy against lethal autonomous weapons. I would at this time like to invite Tanya Banuelos-Mejia to give us her intervention. Thank you.
UNODA to join this very important, timely event. And I would just like to provide or complement the interventions by the ambassadors with the views from the UN side and speak a little bit about the opportunities for engagement for the member states. So I'm just going to share a short presentation that I have prepared here to help. I hope that this is, yeah, I think that's working. Okay, so yes, I would like to start by saying that indeed, so I am Political Affairs Officer at the UNODA, the office in Geneva specifically, and I'm also head of the Implementation Support Unit of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. So we were recently with you partnering up with CARICOM Impacts for a CCW regionalization workshop to promote the universalization of the convention. And so I suppose that some of the participants today may also be already a bit more familiar with the convention and its protocols. And I will briefly touch upon the situation and discussions on lethal autonomous weapon systems that have been going on in the context of the GGO laws and the CCW, and more importantly, what is coming up there, what the next steps are. In addition to that, of course, I will touch upon the situation at the First Committee, which is also one of the important forums where this topic will be discussed, as well as the Secretary General's policy brief on a new agenda for peace and his recommendation relating to lethal autonomous weapon systems, And finally, as a conclusion, bit of an overview of where all these processes may converge. So on the first issue of the CCW, the CCW, as you may well be aware, has been discussing the topic of lethal autonomous weapon systems within the context of the group of governmental experts on laws since 2017. And it held 2 sessions this year, the last one being in May 2023, and adopted a report by consensus. However, the mandate for the next sessions of the GG has not yet been decided. So the meeting of the high contracting parties to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons that will be meeting from 15 to 17 November this year will discuss and decide on the mandate for the 2024 GG on laws, well, for next year or going forward in general. So this is something that the high contracting parties will decide on. The chairperson of the CCW is His Excellency Ambassador Federico Villegas of Argentina. He has been actively reaching out to high contracting parties to try to narrow the gap among positions, and is promoting a forward-looking and ambitious mandate for the group, whereby the GG on laws would commence the elaboration of more concrete elements for an instrument, for a legally binding instrument. The chairperson is expected to submit to the high contracting parties a more concrete proposal on the language for the mandate of the GG in the coming months, and certainly before the meeting of the high contracting parties in November. In this regard, I would like to stress that universal membership of the CCW continues to be vital, not only to universally achieve the implementation of very relevant protocols, such as Amended Protocol 2 on mines, booby traps, and other devices, and Protocol 5 on explosive remnants of war, but also to ensure the continued codification and development of international law as needed. So, of course, this is one of the strengths of the CCW. Under Article 8, high contracting parties may decide to adopt new protocols to the convention dealing with weapons that may be deemed to be excessively injurious or to have indiscriminate effects. And of course, laws comes under this category, certainly, at least. And of course, the more high contracting parties to the CCW, the more that issues of shared concern can be explored and dealt with by the CCW, including, as mentioned, through the adoption of new protocols. I therefore urge states that are not yet parties to the CCW to join as soon as possible to make your voice heard. And of course, the implementation support unit of the CCW remains ready to assist you with any pre-ratification support you may require. Now, coming to the UN General Assembly First Committee and the draft resolution of laws that Ambassador Komet has mentioned. So the First Committee of the General Assembly will meet this year from 28 September to 3 November. And for the first time, it will consider the topic of autonomous weapon systems, which by itself is, of course, very significant, a very significant development. And I do agree with the ambassador also that it is indeed, I think, necessary for the First Committee to take good note of that this issue exists and that this is a shared concern and a serious concern for international peace and security. So as you, of course, know, the resolution is spearheaded by Austria, and I would like to take this opportunity to also express our appreciation to Austria on behalf of UNODA and to Ambassador Komet for their continued collaboration with UNODA as the substantive office dealing with autonomous weapon systems, and also to reiterate that we stand ready to continue supporting Austria and all other member states on both substantive and procedural matters in relation to this draft resolution. As you may also likely be aware, the draft resolution will very probably go to a vote. So this is based on the observation, of course, that consensus on this matter has been difficult to achieve, for example, at the CCW GG on laws. The consideration of the matter of laws at the First Committee certainly has its advantages. Some of them have been mentioned already by the panelists. For instance, at the GA, all member states are represented, and therefore a wide range of member states will be able to make their voices heard. And of course, additionally, stalemates in negotiations can be overcome through voting. Nevertheless, I would strongly encourage member states to continue actively engaging, speaking, and cooperating with one another, as the world needs now more than ever to build bridges and trust. Any multilateral process, whether at the CCW or at the General Assembly, will need everyone on board to work. Laws is an issue that concerns all states, from those developing and testing such weapons to those that will produce them, and ultimately those that will suffer the brunt of their use. This should thus be a matter of concern for all states, and strong commitment is needed from all sides. Now, moving on to the Secretary General's policy brief on a new agenda for peace. On 20 July this year, the Secretary General of the United Nations presented to member states his policy brief on a new agenda for peace. This document outlines his vision for multilateral efforts for peace and security based on international law for a world in transition. It outlines an extensive and ambitious set of recommendations that recognize the interlinked nature of the many challenges that we face. A new agenda for peace is framed around the core principles of trust, solidarity, and universality that are the foundations of the UN Charter and of a stable world. It presents 12 concrete sets of proposals for action in 5 priority areas. Particularly relevant for our discussions today is Action 11 on preventing the weaponization of emerging domains and promoting responsible innovation. Under this action, the new agenda for peace calls for prohibiting lethal autonomous weapon systems, noting that fully autonomous weapon systems have the potential to significantly change warfare and may strain or even erode existing legal frameworks. In the absence of specific multilateral regulations, the design, development, and use of these systems raise humanitarian, legal, security, and ethical concerns, and pose a direct threat to human rights and fundamental freedoms. The Secretary General has reiterated that machines with the power and discretion to take lives without human involvement are morally repugnant and politically unacceptable and should be prohibited by international law. The accompanying recommendation calls on member states, building on the progress made in multilateral negotiations, this of course alludes to the CCW, GGO laws, to conclude by 2026 a legally binding instrument to prohibit lethal autonomous weapon systems that function without human control or oversight, and which cannot be used in compliance with international humanitarian law, and to regulate all other types of autonomous weapon systems. So the 2026 proposed deadline would allow enough time for a mandate to begin negotiations on a legally binding instrument to be adopted this year or at the latest next year, and a sufficient amount of time for states to draft the instrument and adopt it. As a sort of conclusion, a bit of a consideration of where do these processes and ideas converge. The goal of the Secretary General, the High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, and UNODA is for all states to agree on the effective, specific prohibition and regulation of lethal autonomous weapon systems. Although international humanitarian law already prohibits weapons that cannot be used in compliance with its rules, norms, and principles, it is insufficient as it currently stands to properly and effectively regulate this new technology that can pose an existential threat to humanity. Therefore, new and specific prohibitions and regulations are needed to deal with autonomous weapon systems and to ensure that human beings continue to remain at all times in full control over life and death decisions. Prohibitions and regulations on autonomous weapon systems are needed in order to save humanity from their effects, to enhance international peace and security, including ensuring non-proliferation and diversion to non-state actors, to strengthen respect for international law, and to allow states to achieve their full potential, including through sustainable development, which requires peace, security, and cooperation. UNODA supports the elaboration of a legally binding instrument of laws in whichever forum under the auspices of the UN states consider more convenient. So this could be, of course, the CCW or the General Assembly. And we stand ready to continue providing support to all states to this end. So thank you very much, and I remain available in case of any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Major, in considering the layout of steps involved in the implementation timeline and consensus building, my immediate thematic reaction is that we are in the context of the CARICOM region and perhaps other SIDS regions. We are dealing with the challenge of existential versus existential. The lethal autonomous weapons systems innovation is an existential risk. CARICOM states, my own and many in this room and other SIDS states across other regions, are dealing with another immediate existential dynamic, that is climate change. And climate change coupled with a debt challenge. Paying interest to service debts as a priority over seeking loans for development of countries. This existentialism versus existentialism leads me to ask what kinds of implementation, advocacy, insights are there to ask small states with a competing existential challenge to engage this process in the consensus building, favorable consensus building way that is or would be desirable under the circumstances. That is a prevailing consideration across most small states, I think, and I would like to leave that for yourself and any of the other panelists or persons in the audience to consider it with us, because it is something that we hear quite often, existentialism versus existentialism. But thank you very much for your intervention and your insights on the framework and the timeline that is being developed to ensure that there is support for the implementation and for states to support it.
Or question. Certainly, this is a real concern for states that are facing already pressing existential risks, as you mentioned. The interesting thing about the issue of laws, or rather the most pressing matter on the consideration of prohibiting and regulating laws effectively as soon as possible, is that this would be a preventive regime. So the aim is to try to prohibit their further development, testing, and use before they are widely available, they're widely used. So in that sense, it's a race against the clock, and that is why it's so urgent to begin negotiations and to conclude them as soon as possible and have everyone on board to be able to implement this regime effectively. So let's say in that sense, it would be worrying about one existential risk less, as there are so many other issues that are already of a pressing matter for small island states and also for other states, and other weapons that are already of concern that are available. So I think that is the key as well to try to achieve this this regime in a preventive manner as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very measured insight. I would invite anyone else to share their insights, observations on this particular segment. Ambassador Clement, I would welcome any further intervention or observation by you, if you wish.
Your comment from before on a question whether the frameworks that we have are fit to address challenges like that. And
Yes, thank you, Ambassador Clement. Ambassador Maritza.
Hi, thank you. Hi, Alex. Good to see you. I want to agree with you on the issue of having a resolution voted. First, I love democracy, and I'm never afraid of going through a vote. When member states vote, they put on the record where they stand, and there's beauty on that. There's beauty on knowing where countries or member states stand when it comes to issues such as this one, and we shouldn't be afraid of the vote. Actually, I think that we are being conservative asking the Secretary General of a report on the views of member states on these technologies. We could have gone even further. There was appetite to go directly straight ahead and move to a legally binding treaty under the roof of the United Nations, but we have not done that. We are asking the Secretary General to compile the views of member states, and that's, for me, it's a concession from progressive, committed states on the issues of autonomous weapon systems. We are actually being moderate. When the resolution on asking the ICJ advisory opinion on Vanuatu and the impact of climate change, we thought that that resolution was going to be voted. But to our surprise, the resolution was passed by consensus. And it was amazing to see that countries from the east, the west, the north, and the south agreed that we should ask the ICJ for an advisory opinion that, even though it's not legally binding, will move the needle a certain way, because Vanuatu will disappear from the face of Earth, and they will have to relocate to a new place because they will lose their land. Now, the positions of member states can vary. Some will highlight the risk of having autonomous weapon systems used out of conflict zones, such as mine, and will raise the bar when it comes to their applications and their correlation with international humanitarian law, human rights law, criminal law, the ethical, the moral, and their basic respect for human dignity. So I wouldn't be afraid at all to go for a vote on those issues. And this is where civil society is crucial. When the resolution comes to the floor during the 70-day session, we need you to go to your regional groups to campaign about it, because there's nothing wrong on asking for a report, absolutely nothing. We're being moderate, we are being respectful, but keeping discussions going on and on when progress is what we are mandated for is unacceptable. And it's unacceptable as well to restrain a group of member states, or even to acknowledge that gender, race, or any intersectionality is not related to international peace and security. Let's bridge silos, and let's bridge regional groups, and let's bridge anything that will put us together, because this is in the interest of humankind and the respect, the basic respect of human dignity. I thank you.
I would like to invite anyone to offer an intervention if they wish, one intervention from the room, if there is any. Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank all our panelists for this very, very informative and interesting presentation. I just wanted to support Ambassador's position on not being afraid to vote on issues of such great importance. And especially when, if we know that there may be a vote, we are able to maintain the strongest language possible. Sometimes to find consensus, we are forced to water down our positions, but if we maintain, build, of course, try to bring everybody on the table and bring as many countries as possible. The example of the Vanuatu ICJ resolution was an excellent example of a long time hard work, lots of legwork, lots of informals, lots of consultations, and it was worth it in the end. And I think we came out with a very good outcome, and I think that's possible here as well. So I just wanted to support that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antigua and Barbuda. I would like to offer this universal, comprehensive, and one principle closing to this very rich discussion. I would like to recommend that building trust among states is most important to building momentum for wide support of a legally binding treaty within the context of the very different immediate challenges faced by states and regions. And the action takeaway is this: what does building trust actually entail, given the diversity of challenges amongst our states? Let us determine what that is and pursue a course of action that meaningfully addresses building trust. Thank you very much. I think that brings us to the close of this session, and I will invite Mr. Joseph to give us guidance on next steps for the afternoon. My card says lunch. Right.
You are correct. It's lunchtime. So you could close the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session is closed. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to try to complete everything before the proposed time we were supposed to leave here, okay? Is that good with everyone? And I think everybody will be happy. Thank you also. Let me just thank each and every one of the delegates for the very constructive engagement we had. I just also want to thank all the experts that were with me before we had to have a caucus of CARICOM states. I'd also like to thank them tremendously for the inputs they placed into the declaration and the views that they presented to states for their consideration. I'd like to thank them tremendously for that. I'd like you to give them a round of applause for the work they've done also. But mostly, this declaration is a declaration of CARICOM member states. And thankfully, we got some form of, I would say, consensus where I think most states are comfortable with what is there in the declaration of this meeting, and I'm using the word of this meeting. As stated earlier, the process now, we have the Honorable Minister here, and she knows that if she doesn't do her job, then she'll be her home is just a stone throw away from me, literally. So that will be some challenges. She might hear some stones falling on her roofs. So her job would be the Honorable, her line minister, which is the Honorable Attorney General and Legal Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. He will be presenting this declaration, which has been, let's say, adopted at this meeting to the Prime Minister for consideration for the heads of government. We have CARICOM Secretariat there, which would also be working with the team in terms of the next meeting of CARICOM Secretary, of the CARICOM Secretary and the Heads of Government meeting, which usually takes place twice a year. So that should be around February. February is the next meeting. February. But now, I think the declaration is on now, the QR code. As we stated earlier, we have to walk the walk and not just speak the talk. We speak of issues of environmental compliance and climate change. So we are moving on to digital processes and no paper. We are not wasting paper. So kindly find the declaration there. I would now like to invite the Honorable Minister in terms of displaying the declaration. If you have any cameras, kindly come and take some photos of the Honorable Minister. I would also like to invite the Ambassador from Grenada also to join the Honorable Minister in terms of the declaration. The tallest, handsome, I chose the tallest, most handsome guy in the room for this part. So. I'm thinking of some persons maybe trying to take some selfie and insert themselves in the picture right there while we are taking it. Thank you very much. I have you are going to leave here on time. I cut short the period where we'd have read the commitments, so I've cut short that of the declaration. In the meantime, I know you just received the QR code. If you see there are anything that you need deleted or inclusion, you know there could be some error of sort, please let us know before we put it on the website. So please let us know how much time. How much time do you need for that? Because we would want to have it on the website maybe today. So we'll give you an hour to send any inputs, feedback to me to what you have in digital form before we put it on the website. Thank you so much for that. We'll now continue the next session. I'm moving with pace right now, as stated. The next session is open, first of all, to states to make their statements about the meeting, not any formal statement, as my distinguished delegate from St. Lucia noted to me yesterday, and I complied with that. I would now invite states to kindly, I will not go through alphabetical order in case I see someone smiling, so I think I should go through alphabetical order. As with CARICOM, Stein.
Chairman, Grenada would like to open BAT.
Okay.
At this time.
Okay, Grenada.
We might as well.
I would now like to invite the distinguished delegate from Grenada to make his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. I have the honor to speak on behalf of Grenada, and please allow me from the very outset to express my colleague and I's sincere appreciation to yourself, Chair, and the team members of CARICOM Impacts, SOCA, GACI International, Stop Killer Robots, and the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and its team in the Ministry of Legal Affairs for the convening of this special conference to discuss the human impacts of autonomous weapons and the aspired aim to achieve ultimately a legally binding agreement among member states of the international community. In this regard, Chair, Grenada recognizes the profound advancement and development in science and technology, and particularly in this important and specific area of autonomous weapons and their human impact. With these different types of technological innovation, including artificial intelligence and autonomous weapon systems, specifically, and especially those which touch and concern AI and its many applications, particularly in its weaponization. Grenada understands and appreciates the balancing act, and a delicate balancing act, Chair, that needs to be achieved between using the AI technology and in a useful and productive manner for the benefit of all society and establishing good legal, moral, ethical, and legislative parameters and boundaries that would protect fundamental human rights and freedoms and keep the nefarious use of autonomous weapon systems out of the hands of regional and transnational criminal elements and organizations. Against this background, Chair, Grenada wishes to associate itself with the growing sentiments expressed and urgent need to pursue a legally binding instrument, internationally legally binding instrument, with the international community and thereby create a legal mechanism of sound accountability for this rapidly expanding and very present technology. Moreover, Chairman, Grenada looks forward to the adoption of the declaration at conference and the continued advocacy and diligent hard work that is required towards achieving that, hopefully, that legally binding instrument. We also wish to thank the permanent representatives to the United Nations and their delegations, other regional counterparts, and learned experts and distinguished guests who have traveled to Trinidad and Tobago to this conference, and also to our host, the government of Trinidad and Tobago and its Ministry of Legal Affairs, and those who have taken the time to listen carefully, Chair, to the presentations and express an openness and willingness to engage in ongoing discussions on artificial intelligence and the autonomous weapon system so that we can establish some fundamental norms, principles, and international law with respect to the application and or use of these autonomous weapons systems. To this year, Chairman, colleagues, Grenada has been and continues to be committed to this process. We have engaged as best as we have been able to over the recent period of time. And we deem the declaration that we anticipate would be adopted today as being very useful, productive, timely, and simply one of good sense. The text has been pursued through an inclusive, transparent approach and process thanks to the facilitating of the CARICOM Impacts and team. And Grenada believes that we are in a season and time that requires the concerted and the collective resolve and action of member states, certainly gathered here in conference, and to be able to respond in a fierce urgency of now and by addressing the responsible and productive applications of not only AI technology and having a proper system of regulation for the autonomous weapons systems and such like technology. Grenada looks forward to continue working with all delegations to further advance any and all appropriate efforts to treat with establishing international norms and fundamental principles on this very important subject, and remains available to assist in the process as we work towards expanding the discussion and edge closer to a internationally legally binding instrument. We believe, Chair, colleagues, that we are indeed in a moment and season that requires our attention. Our history compels it. The hour requires it. Our future awaits, and our citizens are watching. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Grenada for such stirring contribution. We look forward to working with the government and people of Grenada, in particular the distinguished representative of Grenada, in terms of moving this process forward. Please raise your table sign in terms of making a statement. I now call on the distinguished representative of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I want to begin, of course, by recognizing in his absence the distinguished Attorney General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Senator the Honorable T.A. Amor, of course, for, supporting wholeheartedly, Chair, the work and recognizing, of course, the important role of CARICOM impacts. So I want to begin, at least as minister in the ministry, by recognizing our distinguished Attorney General, even in his absence. Chairman, to that end, I also want to use the opportunity to recognize and congratulate and sincerely thank, on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, CARICOM impacts for these sessions as we continue the conversation on human impacts of autonomous weapon systems. Chair, I want to use the opportunity again to also recognize and sincerely thank all of our outstanding panelists and subject matter experts on autonomous weapons. I recognize you and I thank you most sincerely for the contributions and submissions that would have been made over the past 2 days. Chairman, I also want to use the opportunity to recognize the very competent and hard-working team, a team that is primarily, Chair, if I might recognize, primarily female team, young female team from the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. Chair, this team comprises, of course, it's led by Ms. Farzana Nazir Mohammed, outstanding, our senior legal officer for the Criminal Justice Unit. And then, of course, it's a team that comprises members of our Human Rights Department as well, members of the Attorney General's Secretariat. I see Mr. Neil Ramke soon here. And I have to use the opportunity to recognize these young ladies. And I believe we have one or two gentlemen in our midst, of course, recognize you for the work and your contribution to the development of laws and the jurisprudence of Trinidad and Tobago. Chairman, and of course, I cannot not recognize you for your outstanding work in chairing these meetings over the past 2 days. Thank you most sincerely. Again, on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, for this well-executed conversation, which I'm sure we will continue the dialogue as the time goes by. If before I put on the record, Chairman, the statement or Trinidad and Tobago's closing position, I just want to revert to a statement made by the Honorable Ambassador Chan. The Honorable Ambassador, I recall in her presentation early this morning, she mentioned or she stated that when member states put their point forward, we identify where we stand. And it's against that backdrop, Chair, I will jump into Trinidad and Tobago's position and, of course, place on the record where we stand as it relates to the topic that has been discussed over the past 2 days. Trinidad and Tobago, Chairman, and of course distinguished colleagues, supports the advancement of the development of an international legally binding instrument in order to effectively prohibit and regulate autonomous weapon systems. Trinidad and the rapid advancement of technology has given rise to a new era of global security challenges, one characterized by the development, deployment, and use of autonomous weapons that can make decisions and carry out actions without direct human intervention. While these systems offer the potential for increased precision and efficiency in armed conflicts, they also pose grave ethical, legal, and humanitarian concerns, which Trinidad and Tobago recognizes. Trinidad and Tobago, Chair, recognizes the enormous threat posed to the lives of civilians with the potential indiscriminate use of autonomous weapons and supports wholeheartedly the need to maintain meaningful human control in order to safeguard the civilian population. Trinidad and Tobago therefore joins in the collective responsibility to ensure that as these technologies continue to develop, they are used in ways that are consistent with our region's shared values and the principles of human dignity, peace, and security, and respect for international and humanitarian law. Trinidad and Tobago is cognizant that it is important for our nation's voice to be part of the international discussion on this topic of autonomous weapons system. The implications of the use of autonomous weapon systems for Trinidad and Tobago as a sovereign state include human rights, ethical, humanitarian, and legal challenges. The supremacy of the Trinidad and Tobago Constitution, which guarantees human rights and fundamental freedoms, requires the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to ensure that the potential use of autonomous weapon systems is managed in a manner that ensures accountability, respect for the dignity of the human person, and the safety and security of all of our citizens. Chairman, Trinidad and Tobago underscores the potential for these weapons to arbitrarily and indiscriminately cause severe injury, destruction, and loss of lives. To this end, Chairman, Trinidad and Tobago therefore reiterates its support for the adoption of a new legally binding rules to prohibit and regulate autonomous weapons. Again, Chairman, I thank you most sincerely for the opportunity. Trinidad and Tobago, thank you most sincerely for the opportunity for us to be a part of this most wholesome, fruitful, beneficial discussion. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to thank the distinguished representative of Trinidad and Tobago. I'd also like to thank the representative of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Minister, for the support which we have received, in particular CARICOM Impacts, and our Executive Director has received from the good office of the Attorney General. We do appreciate this support, and we are looking forward in terms of working with you in a very constructive manner. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite a distinguished representative of Belize.
Chair, distinguished delegates, at the outset, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate CARICOM Impacts for taking on this leadership role in organizing the conference on the human impacts of autonomous weapon systems. Please allow me to also extend my gratitude to the collaborating partners, the Office of the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, Soka Gakkai International, and Stop Killer Robots, who have all assisted in their technical capacities to bring this conference to fruition. This conference has provided an opportunity for member states in the region to deepen our understanding of the characteristics and development of autonomous weapon systems. Our exchange and engagements over the past 2 days are important prerequisites to identifying the best approach to address the humanitarian, legal, ethical, and security concerns engendered by autonomous weapon systems. Artificial intelligence continues to undergo tremendous advancements. Advancements in artificial intelligence can potentially accelerate the near-term development of autonomous weapon systems that can function without meaningful human control. We cannot sit back and wait for the development of autonomous weapon systems that can use algorithms to arbitrarily make life and death decisions. This is an issue that requires urgent attention now. Meaningful human control is inherently necessary for autonomous weapon systems to comply with international law and to ensure transparency and accountability in the use of force. Meaningful human control would require a norm that has legally binding implications. For this reason, we pledge our full support for the process of negotiating a legally binding instrument for autonomous weapon systems. We also encourage our fellow CARICOM members to engage in ongoing discussions that can initiate the negotiating process for a treaty on the prohibition and regulations of autonomous weapon systems. As states, we all have a fundamental duty to safeguard human rights, ensure human safety, and contribute to international peace and security. Belize shares the same common humanitarian, legal, and security concerns with the region and the international community regarding autonomous weapon systems. Belize therefore stands ready to support the declaration for a regional position on autonomous weapon systems that upholds the universalized principles and norms of international law. Thank you.
I would like to thank the distinguished representative of Belize and CARICOM Impact. We look forward to working with the government and people of Belize. Thank you very much. I would now like to call the distinguished representative of Barbados.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to commend all the efforts and hard work made by the facilitators of the conference, namely CARICOM Impacts, Soko Gaikai International, and Stop Killer Robots. I would also like to thank the government of Trinidad and Tobago for the excellent arrangements and hospitality. The proposal of this declaration on autonomous weapon systems at this CARICOM conference is fully supported by Barbados. Lethal autonomous weapons present a complex and contentious issue that requires careful consideration and thoughtful discussion among various stakeholders. While these weapons pose the potential for significant military advantage, their adoption also raises serious ethical and practical concerns. One of the primary concerns surrounding lethal autonomous weapons is the potential loss of human control over critical decision-making in warfare. As these weapons operate without direct human intervention, there is an increased risk of accidents, miscalculations, and unintended consequences. Maintaining human accountability and control over the use of force is essential to ensure compliance with international humanitarian law and to prevent unnecessary harm to civilians and non-combatants. Furthermore, the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence and autonomous systems poses challenges in terms of their ability to accurately assess complex battlefield situations, distinguish between combatants and civilians, and make moral and legal appropriate decisions. The lack of human judgment and contextual understanding in these machines raises concerns about their ability to act accordingly to ethical principles and international legal obligations. Another critical issue to consider is the potential for an arms race in autonomous weapons technology. If nations pursue the development and deployment of such weapons without proper regulations and agreements, it could lead to an escalation of conflict and increased risk of unintended escalation and disastrous consequences. Ultimately, the goal should be to strike a balance between leveraging technology and advancements for military to ensure that the responsibility, ethical, and accountability use of force is essential for all human control and judgment in warfare. Also, the fundamental values and principles that guide our understanding of armed conflict and protect the human rights. Barbados looks forward to advancing this process and will continue to support the agenda. I thank you.
I would now like to thank the distinguished representative of Barbados for his comments, and we look forward to working with the distinguished representative of Barbados in terms of moving this process forward. If there are no more statements from member states, I would now like to, in fact, let me give a minute. Okay, if there are no more statements from member states, I would now like to open the floor to statements first from international organizations and civil society. The distinguished representative of the Mines Advisory Group will want to make a statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of the Mines Advisory Group to make a statement.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Mines Advisory Group, I'd like to first congratulate the government of Trinidad and Tobago, CARICOM Impacts, Soka Gakkai, and the Stop Killer Robots campaign for your efforts in advancing this critical issue. In the course of global operations in more than 30 countries, MAG has seen firsthand the enduring, devastating, and widespread harm that's caused by weapons of all kinds. On a practical level, autonomous weapon systems pose a particular concern for mine action operators such as MAG when they're used for the delivery of conventional ordnance that can result in explosive remnants of war. With a failure rate of just about 5 to 10%, which is likely with most munitions as a result of mechanical, electrical delivery failures, or even just a failure to identify a target, these risks may increase with novel or complex systems. As was discussed yesterday, the particular implications for international humanitarian law and international human rights law is also particularly concerning. Our operational experience and expertise is the core of the work that we do, but the work that we do is guided by principle. In 1997, MAG was actually awarded with the Nobel Peace Prize as a co-laureate for our work as a founding member in the international campaign to ban landmines. This Nobel Peace Prize and this recognition of this work, the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention, was a result of this work, and is really has successfully showcased the stigma that's now associated with the use of landmines, and actually represents an example for what can be done for humanitarian disarmament process. When we use the objective of placing human rights at the core of the work that we do at protecting civilian populations and upholding human rights. So we see parallels between that work, which is known by its acronym as the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention, APMVC, that work and the debate now that's happening for autonomous weapon systems. Both are undergirded by the principles that have been discussed and the questions of accountability by proportionality, discrimination, and that preservation of human dignity. CARICOM actually played a leading role in that process, with the Caribbean actually being the first region to universalize that convention and guiding the treaty towards its entry into full force. So about almost 3 decades later, we really welcome this leadership again in the Caribbean, demonstrating the importance of addressing the risk posed by autonomous weapon systems. That particular process also demonstrates the critical role and the value of placing and having international normative frameworks that codify ethical and moral standards and builds consensus through negotiation. We really applaud and welcome this initiative towards this CARICOM declaration. Of course, the ultimate aim is to have a legally binding instrument that places at its center the need for meaningful human control over the use of force. MAG is currently working under a Memorandum of Understanding with CARICOM Impacts and supporting member states in the implementation of the Caribbean Firearms Roadmap. While our operations have been focused largely on traditional small arms, light weapons, and ammunition, we see this partnership as hopefully being much broader and encompassing a broad range of humanitarian disarmament issues, which when they are needed. As such, we stand ready to support the next steps and future progress as a partner and as an advocate. In applying the principles of humanitarian disarmament to autonomous weapon systems, we can strive for a future in which advanced technology does not place humanity at threat, but instead preserves it. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the distinguished representative of the Mines Advisory Group, and I'm always reminded that they are Nobel Peace Laureates, so thank you, Mines Advisory Group. I would now like to call on the distinguished representative from the ICRC.
Thank you very much, Calixtus. The International Committee of the Red Cross commends CARICOM and its member states for the Declaration on the Human Impacts of Autonomous Weapons to be adopted today, hopefully. We view this as a very positive development, and we welcome the strong call for an international legally binding instrument prohibiting and regulating autonomous weapon systems. We applaud CARICOM and its member states for their leadership and initiative on this vital issue. We look forward to working with all of you toward this shared goal, and we remain always available to support you in whatever way we can. And on a personal note, I want to once again thank CARICOM Impacts, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Stop Killer Robots, and Soka Gakkai International for the opportunity to come to this conference, to present to all of you yesterday on international humanitarian law, and to listen and learn from all of you as well. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank the distinguished representative of the ICRC, and we'd look forward to working with the ICRC. ICRC is one of our key partners in the region, and for a long time we've been working with the ICRC as an agency which produces and promote the issue of neutrality, independence, and all the values which we support of the ICRC. I would now like to call on the distinguished representative of Stop Killer Robots.
Thank you, Chair. I am speaking on behalf of the Stop Killer Robots campaign, a global coalition of over 230 civil society organizations across 70 countries, advocating for new international law on autonomous weapons to ensure meaningful human control over the use of force and reject the automation of killing. We would like to express our gratitude to the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, CARICOM Impacts, and the Office of the Attorney General Trinidad and Tobago for convening and hosting this conference, which we, alongside our campaign partners, Soka Gakkai International, have been honored to partner on. We would also like to applaud the representatives from CARICOM member states for your collective leadership in recognizing the need for safeguards to protect against increasing autonomy in weapon systems, and for your clear calls in support of a legally binding instrument on autonomous weapon systems. Autonomous weapon systems change the relationship between people and technology. They disempower, disconnect, and dislocate humans in the use of force and raise fundamental ethical, moral, legal, security, and technical concerns. Machines cannot see the world as people do. They cannot understand the value of human life, human rights, or human dignity. Allowing sensors and software to determine who lives and who dies is the ultimate form of digital dehumanization and should be considered morally and legally unacceptable. We must take action now to respond to the risks autonomous weapon systems pose to our shared humanity and to protect future generations. For 10 years, multilateral discussions on this issue have taken place at the CCW, which has developed important areas of policy convergence among states, in particular the two-tier approach of prohibitions and regulations, and has brought global attention to the need to establish legally binding rules on autonomous weapons. The call for a legally binding instrument is supported by over 90 states, the UN Secretary General, experts in technology and artificial intelligence, faith leaders, and civil society organizations all around the world. To achieve the legally binding instrument that is so urgently needed, states must commit to action and make progress to establish new legal rules to promote peace, justice, global security, safeguarding our rights and dignity. This process must be transparent and inclusive and motivated by a shared determination to ensure that life and death decision-making is not delegated to machines. We call upon states to urgently engage with all multilateral fora capable of delivering this outcome, including and in particular the upcoming UN General Assembly and First Committee. At this conference, the Caribbean community and its member states have demonstrated genuine leadership. A declaration from this region calling for a legally binding instrument is a historic milestone and will significantly contribute to the international political and policy landscape on autonomous weapons. The Stop Killer Robots Coalition deeply values your efforts and the contributions this conference will make toward an international legally binding instrument on autonomous weapons. We stand ready to support states that take leadership in this effort and would like to assure you that our campaign will work to support you and encourage all regions of the world to follow your lead and to join the urgent launch of negotiations on a legally binding instrument. Thank you.
I would like to thank the distinguished delegate from Stop Killer Robot. Firstly, from a personal level, the Stop Killer Robot has assisted us greatly in the region in terms of the technical literacy of that topic. Also, in terms of this meeting, as you know, having a conference is not cheap. It's very, very expensive. And having a conference at such a beautiful hotel is even more expensive, I must say. So I would like us to just give Stop Killer Robots a round of applause for all their contribution. I'm not seeing the organization. Stop. Okay, GACAI International. I would now like to call the distinguished representative of SOCA, GACAI International.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I speak on behalf of SOCA GACAI International, a member organization of Stop Killer Robots. As an NGO working to promote peace, culture, and education based on Buddhist principles, we believe in human dignity and hold that life and death decisions should never be delegated to machines. We are grateful to our partner organizations, CARICOM Impacts, the Office of the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, and Stop Killer Robots. We applaud the political and moral leadership of Caribbean states who have joined this two-day conference and for your visions and commitment to multilateral discussions on disarmament issues more broadly. We congratulate on your declaration that calls for a new legally binding instrument with prohibition and regulations with regard to autonomy weapon systems. We have learned that without regulation, autonomous weapons could be proliferated globally, including amongst non-state actors, which could increase crime regionally, exacerbate social inequalities, overwhelm resources and infrastructures of countries, as well as undermine social and national security. We have seen how autonomous weapons are part of a wide issue of digital dehumanization, and if we allow to go unregulated, we will have negative impacts in all spheres of civil life, including law enforcement, border control, education, housing, and healthcare. Reducing human beings to mere data points poses serious human rights implications, exacerbating existing biases intersectionally, disproportionately impacting already marginalized individuals and communities. Fundamentally, the issue of autonomy in weapon systems poses the question of what it means to be human, a question that requires moral, ethical, and spiritual examination. For this reason, we work with a wide group of stakeholders, including other religious and faith groups, to express concerns about increased autonomy in weapon systems, grounded in moral and ethical perspectives. In May this year, we supported an interfaith statement on autonomous weapon systems endorsed by 15 faith-based organizations delivered at the CCW, which states, "Machine will never have human consciousness or awareness, and will never experience human emotions such as empathy, compassion, love, and hate. Strengthening the moral threshold against delegating decisions about life or death of people to machines operated by digital code is a core issue for us all." During this conference, it has been said we have an opportunity now to decide how we want to use technology, and we can do so by rejecting the notion that it's permissible to leave the decision of life and death to machines. We therefore join a growing number of stakeholders in calling for urgent and timely start of negotiations for international treaty to prohibit and regulate autonomy in weapon systems, and to do so in a forum that is capable of achieving this goal. We stand ready to work with you on advancing this crucial, important issue. We thank you.
I'd like to thank the distinguished delegate of Soka Gakkai for their contribution also into this conference. Soka Gakkai also put tremendous resources in terms of this conference, and without them, we would not be here today. I'd like to give a round of applause for Soka Gakkai. I believe that's all the statements we have. Kindly send the statements to CARICOM Secretariat. Please email it. Perhaps we could put CARICOM's, I think all of you have CARICOM Secretariat email address. In fact, that's the first email you got was from CARICOM Secretariat. So kindly send your statement to the CARICOM Secretariat, please. All right, there will be no more statements. I now close this session, and we will move directly into the next session. I would now like to invite His Excellency Stan Smith. I'd also like to invite Ms. Asha Challenger and also invite Isabel Jones to the podium. We are now moving to the session, Next Steps for the Future. This session will identify upcoming opportunities for the Caribbean community to participate in international discussions on autonomous weapon systems, including the first committee of the 78th session of United Nations General Assembly. Apologies for me moving quickly. I gave my word that we will leave here at a certain time, and we need to leave here at a certain time, okay? So I'd now like to invite His Excellency Stan Smith, Ambassador, Permanent Mission of Bahamas to the United Nations. I'd invite him to make a few comments.
Thank you, Calixtus. Deliberations on autonomous weapon systems have a front story and a back story. We are mainly concerned with the front story when we address the impact of use, the laws, policies, advocacy against use of these systems, and existential nature of the technology. The background environment cannot be separated from the front story. Global debt to GDP is currently $300 trillion, or 349% leveraged on GDP. This translates to $37,500 of average debt for each person in the world versus average GDP per capita of $12,000. We know that debt and lack of development dynamics influence domestic demands on governments and political initiatives. The veto power of the permanent members of the UN Security Council is a challenge for peace. This continues to undermine the Council's mandate for protection of the UN Charter. Territorial disputes, global commons resources strains and fragility, and weakening adherence to the rule of law are not separated from industrial complex momentum that makes autonomous weapon systems a feature of life. Digital dehumanization is one among other categories of threat to human dignity addressed by UN Secretary General Guterres in his Our Common Agenda policy vision and his security priorities, respectively. There is a useful tension between some recent innovations and stability in the current architecture for sustainable resilience, peace, and security, for instance. A March 2023 General Assembly resolution now allows for all UN member states to address in the General Assembly issues of accountability related to all Security Council vetoes, and the traction of the Bridgetown Initiative and the SID's proposal of the Multi-Dimensional Vulnerability Index have been sustained by an enabling environment for our ambitions, as one of our MVI experts has termed this period. Our advocacy against autonomous weapon systems has the benefit of this enabled environment. We cannot uninvent these weapon innovations. While I have no instructions to express this as a national policy, it seems that the trajectory that would be best for the placement of a treaty on autonomous weapons is the Secretariat of the United Nations in New York. The General Assembly has the practical convening access of 193 members, and an inclusive, effective convening space would generate invaluable momentum for effective representation on this important agenda. I take cognizance of the 11 points on the weaknesses on the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, stated by Ambassador Maritza Chan Valverde in her panel contribution on the political landscape and trajectory on this issue. Such a technology should be addressed with focus on the primacy of control by humans within a legal framework that offers the full scope of strong, clear, and quick enforcement. It should include applicability of international criminal law and protocols on technology, gender, and race, among other regulatory protocols and provisions. Second, autonomous weapons are not merely weapons. This is at the foundation of the advocacy for prohibition of use of this technology. As a category, this innovation represents a unique civilizational value proposition beyond its existential power for undermining the layering and linkages between regulated security and legal infrastructures. Because this innovation would displace human decision-making from the control over life and death situations, this amounts to a genus of power and considerations about the nature and value of human involvement that should be given treatment and governed within its own treaty framework. The Declaration on Future Generations will help this thesis when the declaration is adopted in the General Assembly of the UN next year. Our commitment to protect the planet with peace, security, and sustainable, resilient prosperity for future generations complements the insistence on human beings maintaining control over decisions of life and death. The Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, Minister of National Security of Trinidad and Tobago, alluded to the relationship between the production of these innovations and a centuries-old, unbroken industrial economic complex. The knowledge economy that sustains the autonomous weapons industrial complex is dominated by the global north. 60% of scientific literature is generated by the global north. The general weapons proposition about the CARICOM region is that our contribution to international weapons control is to offer political and moral advocacy. CARICOM states have indeed collectively been formidable, effective in their political and moral advocacy. That profile of contribution, however, will be inadequate in a landscape trending with competition for shrinking planetary resources. CARICOM's international relevance will be bolstered by mastery of global innovations. We want to keep in mind that the total violent breakdown of institutions and infrastructure in the Republic of Haiti was in part created by an increase in fuel prices. And there are at least 13 conflicts across the African continent. As a foundational requirement of CARICOM's advocacy on artificial intelligence and innovations on autonomous weapons systems, the CARICOM region must commit to overhauling our education systems. The region has to disaggregate the ready-use autonomous systems packages, the front story, and master the global supply chain segments of these transformative technologies. CARICOM has to be involved in creating or discovering the global supply chain taxonomies that protect peace amid the zeros and ones of technological innovations. Further, I would like to recommend in support of bolstering our engagement of the taxonomies of innovations in the supply chain and our advocacy on this knowledge economy agenda that CARICOM leadership facilitate the formation of an international all-women committee against autonomous weapon systems. The committee should be comprised of former members of the judiciary and of government, and members of the business, scientific, sports, entertainment, civic, and other communities. we can address the concept note following our sessions today. I will close with a philosophical proposition. The existing matrix of the industrial complex dictates that mankind offer a better technological value proposition on how human beings are prioritized in life systems. Or we live through an inevitable condition of controlled disintegration of the primacy of human dignity in human affairs. As a call to action on the way forward, humankind is yet to create one or a set of scientific or engineering innovations that would neutralize the inevitability of the generative power of artificial intelligence to replace human-led decisions. These points may be useful next steps for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Stan Smith, Ambassador and Permanent Mission of Bahamas to the United Nations. Thank you. I now call on Ms. Asha Challenger, who is the First Secretary, Permanent Mission of Antigua and Barbuda to the United Nations.
Thank you, Calixtus, and good afternoon again, all. Just building upon the excellent presentation by Ambassador Smith from Bahamas, I think he provided a great framework of the overall context of world events, current situational context, geopolitical tensions, and really situates where we are and how we must act swiftly and urgently to address this issue of autonomous weapons. So I'd like to propose some actions that for consideration that we may take during the UN First Committee session that starts early next month. And just in discussions in the room, I'm not sure that everybody really knows what the UN First Committee is, so that's essentially the discussion and decision-making forum at the UN for issues of disarmament, global threats, and peace that affect the international community. And we meet for about 6 weeks in October into November, and that's where the resolutions, the autonomous weapons resolution that we heard about earlier will be tabled and debated, and that's where those decisions are made for further action later. So that's just the context. So foremost, I would like to, for us to at least engage quite effectively with the resolution that will be tabled by our partners from Austria. And I think the text is out. I haven't seen it. So really looking forward to engaging with that and ensuring that key points, perhaps pulling some of the touch points on CARICOM's perspectives from the declaration that we had may be reflected, how they may be reflected in that resolution. And also not being afraid to vote on it if the language is as strong as we want. It doesn't make any sense we vote on a weak resolution. If you're going to take that political stance, then it should be on something that's very important and substantial. Furthermore, during the first committee, there's numerous opportunities for statements and reading of declarations, and I encourage all member states, if possible, to deliver a statement and at least mention or have some discussion of autonomous weapon systems, mention the declaration, and to further advance and continue to advocate for, one, starting of negotiations as soon as possible, and also to ensure that CARICOM's voice is present in the discussion when that happens. Another activity that I think I'd be very happy to speak to our partners, CARICOM Impacts, and also Stop Killer Robots and Soka Gakkai, is possibly a side event that we can have from a cross-representation of partners, civil society, academia, member states, to talk about the situational context of autonomous weapons, as Ambassador Smith mentioned, and how we want to move forward sooner rather than later. And all of these activities, I think, will continue to build momentum towards building broader support, which I think is needed, and also ensuring that we have cross-regional support. It's one thing if CARICOM is on board with it, we also need to ensure that we're talking about the same thing when we meet our partners in other fora. I think that we are also ripe for further discussions, and I like Ambassador Smith's idea of an all-woman panel. I was thinking of continuing regional discussions, and regional meaning CARICOM and also GULAC and other like-minded states to push forward, to present possibly draft text and continue building declarations so that the momentum is not lost. There's so many things happening. It takes one decision somewhere and the agenda and our attention is somewhere else, so we need to plan effectively to strike while the iron is hot to keep this on the agenda. And also, I mentioned this earlier, and I think that we can also consider developing legislation in the region. We don't need to wait on a treaty for that. We have partners through the ICRC, impacts that are very skilled and depth in developing draft treaty texts that our national parliaments can consider for adoption. If we see fit. So those are a few, I think, tangible, short, medium-term actions that we can consider. I think the declaration is an excellent first step. I'm really excited. It's not often that we have some direct thoughts from the region that we can reflect in our statements and our interventions in the first committee, so I'm very happy to see that, and I'm looking forward to further engagement. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Ms. Asha Challenger, First Secretary of the Permanent Mission of Antigua and Barbuda to the United Nations. I would now like to invite Isabel Jones, which is the Campaign Outreach Manager, Stop Killer Robots, with some thoughts for consideration.
Thank you, Calixis. And I'll start by once again, just on behalf of Stop Killer Robots, expressing my gratitude and our gratitude to CARICOM Impacts and the Office of the Attorney General, and of course our partners, Soko Gakkai International. We've been honored to partner on this conference and to hear your views and to hear the exchange of views, and truly believe that this is going to be foundational and transformative in terms of the way that some of the conversations at the international level progress. So I'm going to take this opportunity to both have some closing remarks, just reflections on the conference as a whole, and also to build on what Asha has spoken about, some suggestions and ideas from the campaign for opportunities to engage and build upon the important work that's been done over the past 2 days at upcoming multilateral meetings. So to begin, I think the biggest takeaway for me from the discussions over the past 2 days and in wider discussions about autonomous weapons is that this issue has wider implications about our relationship with technology. The issue is complicated enough, but it also sets the tone for what we accept as society in terms of the machine decision-making that impacts our lives, the technology that we build, the impacts that it has on us. Our response to the risks that autonomous weapon systems pose speaks to our ability more broadly to shape the rules that govern emerging and high-risk technologies. I think it's said often by technologists much smarter than I that just because we can build something, it doesn't mean we should. Just because we have built something, it doesn't mean it's too late to stop its use. Around the world, we're seeing the growing influence of computer processing and what's been called algorithmic thinking, a move towards techno-solutionism and techno-optimism, which often presents AI and other emerging technologies as silver bullets and solutions that prioritize precision and efficiency and speed. And by no means am I suggesting that we are anti-technology in any way. Technology can have incredible and transformative impacts on our societies, support sustainable development, and the protection of peace and human rights. But when we push forward with technological solutions without considering the consequences of removing things like human understanding of context and nuance from decision-making, that has risks and that has consequences. And an ultimate manifestation of that digital dehumanization is autonomous weapon systems, which of course we're all here gathered to consider. In particular, in the current political environment with ongoing instabilities in international security and mounting evidence, as we heard from panelists yesterday, of autonomous weapon systems being used in contemporary conflicts and increasing investment in the development of these technologies, political leadership is so urgently needed now to avoid the devastating consequences of allowing the development, use, and proliferation of autonomous weapon systems. There is an opportunity to prevent the harm that we've seen from the use of other conventional weapons and indiscriminate weapons. International discussions so far have led to widespread agreement, and as we've heard from many speakers, on the need for a new legally binding instrument. And we believe that the world is demanding and the time is ripe to begin those negotiations. So building on the success of this conference and the forthcoming adoption of the historic declaration, there are a number of upcoming opportunities that we see for states in the Caribbean to provide a leading voice in international discussions. And I'll speak primarily to the upcoming General Assembly and First Committee, as that is just around the corner. So Stop Killer Robots believes that the General Assembly provides an opportunity for political leaders to raise the issue of autonomous weapon systems within statements made during the high-level segment, so acknowledging the significant risk that these systems pose to humanity. Also can acknowledge, of course, the urgent need to launch negotiations. As Asha mentioned, there's an opportunity to recognize in national statements and in group statements during First Committee, in the general debate of First Committee and in thematic discussions, that autonomy in weapon systems present serious challenges to ethics, to law, to security, and to the protection of civilians. Of course, there's an opportunity to promote, to co-sponsor, and to vote to adopt the resolution that was discussed today by Austria and Costa Rica. And I hope that there will be meaningful engagement from that group with states in the Caribbean to support the text. And we really do believe that a resolution of this type has the ability to broaden the international discussion and debate on this issue and is a meaningful step towards the eventual negotiation of a treaty. Ultimately, we hope that states will take the opportunity to acknowledge that at the bottom line, machines should not kill people, and we must reject the automation of killing. And of course, as is called for in the declaration text, to support, as I've said many times throughout this conference, the negotiation of a legal instrument, in particular containing prohibitions on systems that do not allow for meaningful human control and prohibitions on systems that target people, as well as positive obligations and regulations on all other autonomous weapon systems in order to ensure that meaningful human control over the use of force. So, of course, myself, my colleagues, our whole coalition of Stop Killer Robots stands ready and willing and eager to support you in these efforts by convening side events and supporting briefings, breakfast meetings, providing resources and publications, technical experts. We would like to support you in any way, and I'm happy to be in touch with you following this conference to, as Asha said, build upon the work and take advantage of this opportunity and the momentum that has been created here today. I'll finish by just saying, as many speakers have said throughout this conference, to safeguard humanity, this issue requires urgent action. It requires political will, and it requires the voice and leadership of the Caribbean. So thank you.
I'd like to thank the distinguished representative from Stop Killer Robots. I would also like to personally thank Isabel. The reality is most, or all, not most, all disarmament treaty have started with a campaign by civil society. And not just have started with a campaign, the only way it has moved is through civil society. So that lesson learned is that the only way to get a treaty is working with civil society, the expertise they have, especially if advocacy, the expertise they have with research, but also the expertise they have in terms of negotiation also. So most times at the UN system, they are kicked out of the room. However, they still get the job done. So to move this process forward, we need civil society. That's a global lesson, and that's undebatable. In fact, I don't know any treaty that has moved without civil society. If we go climate change, basically civil society that moved climate change. So I'd like to thank the distinguished delegates for their presentations. Given the time limit and you are holding me to the sword in terms of finishing on time, we will not have any questions. So thank you, distinguished delegates. I would now... I would now like to invite to the stage His Excellency Sheikh Philip, Ambassador Permanent Mission of Grenada to the United Nations, and also invite Her Excellency Maritza Chan Valverde, Ambassador Permanent Mission of Costa Rica to the United Nations. On behalf of our Executive Director, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, I would first like to thank the Impacts team. And I do not know whether I want to apologize, but I will apologize. But I will also compliment the person that's walking there right now, Ms. Kifan. Without Kifan, this workshop would not be possible. So I'd like to give Kifan a round of applause. And not just this workshop, Kifan was doing maybe around 7 workshops at the same time. And Kifan, thank you very much. I know you want to put a gun to my head, but thank you. Thank you very much. Also, in terms of the rest of the Keithan team, we have Angela. I'd like to thank Angela. She's not present. She had to depart the country just before the workshop commenced. And also Karen from CARICOM Impacts. And all the other members of the Impacts team that worked with Keithan and worked with all of us in terms of advancing this workshop. I would also like to thank the audio-visual team. I mean, things flowed nicely, apart from one presentation where I saw the moderator was doing the AV team, cut, but the AV team refused to cut. So AV team, thank you so much for the great job you did. Thank you. So please give the AV team a round of applause. I know we all had some delectable meals throughout this conference, and also the service we received from the hotel. I'd also like to thank the members and the staff of the hotel who took great care of each and every one of us. I would like a round of applause for the hotel, please. I'd also like to thank our partners in terms of Stop Killer Robots and Soka Gakkai. They have been tremendous partners. I've long worked with many civil society groups. It's different working with civil society groups than with intergovernmental organization. Civil society, most persons that are in civil society, they have a genuine interest, I would tell you, in terms of the work they do. It's not for a salary they are doing, because they love and they have a passion for peace, goodwill, justice, love, all the words we tell our children. And I always bring the issue of children because you have to bring it close to the heart. So what we want in life, most persons in civil society, that's why they are working in certain organizations. So I'd like to thank our partners for the role they played in this workshop, the tremendous resources. You should understand a workshop like that is hundreds of, let me not say of US thousands of dollars. So the tremendous resources, yes, for 2 days, the money rises a lot, especially when you're in a nice place like the Hyatt. So thank you so much for all the resources, your input, your expertise, your support and most importantly, your experience of listening to others. So while some persons think in terms of civil society is about giving the input, most times they listen and they say, this is what perhaps you could follow. So thank you. Give a round of applause to Stop Killer Robot and SOCA International. I would also like to thank the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Minister, you can't leave yet. You need to hear those words because kindly sit, Minister. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the government of Trinidad and Tobago, particularly the Honorable Attorney General of Legal Affairs, the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, also the Minister in the Office of the Attorney General, which unfortunately had to sit and could not run home early. I know it's a Trinidadian thing to leave exactly at, it's 4:40, okay? It's 4:40, Minister, okay? But Trinidad and Tobago has held our hands. And Trinidad and Tobago is dedicated to this process. As the Honorable Minister stated at the beginning of this workshop, he has gotten cabinet approval in terms of even leading the process, even from a Caribbean one, pushing this process. And we thank Trinidad and Tobago for all the support we've received and all the support they have provided to this workshop. I am sure all of you all will be impressed of the nice first-class treatment you receive as soon as you step off that plane. Well, didn't that feel nice? You see, so I brought some good memories now. I know it's late, but that was good memories. So I'd like to thank the government of Trinidad and Tobago, not just for the resources and things, but understanding and recognizing that this is a critical and a substantial issue which will impact the life and livelihood of each of us that is seated here today. So, Honorable Minister, on behalf of our Executive Director, I'd like to thank you for the support that you've given to CARICOM Impact and the tremendous support you've given to this workshop. So thank you so much, my Honorable Minister. But most of all, a workshop is not a workshop without participants. I would like to thank each and every one of the delegates we have here today. Without you, we would not have this workshop. Your tremendous input. I know some of you were very silent. Some persons are better at writing than speaking. So thank you, first of all, for all the inputs during the informal. Also, all the input when you saw me in the corridor. I ain't like that. I ain't like that nonsense you do there. I don't like that. That's okay because that's part of consultation. And most times I try to, as much as possible, to listen and to reflect your views into the draft, the declaration we had. So I thank you for working on this declaration. Actually, this is a very historical event because this is the first regional declaration. And this declaration will have a lot of weight internationally because especially the issues of Caribbean now is taken into consideration. The issues of human rights, the issues of international criminal law, and I see the distinguished delegate from the Ministry of the National Security here today, just during our consultation, she made the point that we need to include, we need to include international criminal law. So thank you so much for making that point to us and for having it in the declaration. Issues of law enforcement is in declaration. Those are issues that international committees have never considered. Issues of intersection, issues of race, how it will affect us as black people. That is in the declaration. So that's a huge step we have taken. And we are showing leadership in not just in this region, but to the world globally in terms of this declaration. So I'd like you to give yourself a round of applause for that tremendous work. So on behalf, finally, I know I invited two persons to sit next to me, and they may be asking, when will I shut up? But on behalf of our Executive Director, I'd like to thank each and every one of you. So that's the conclusion of what I think our Executive Director would say. I would now like to invite His Excellency, Sheikh Philip, Ambassador and Permanent Mission of Grenada to the United Nations.
Well, thank you, Chairman. You sort of had act to follow. But you had me reminisce just a little bit. My own navel string is buried not too far away, somewhere in St. James, just a few decades ago. But as I reflect further on the 2 days of this particular conference, a lot of it was a learning experience for me. But as I reflect on the wonderful hospitality offered by the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago, and facilitated by the wonderful legal officers from the Ministry of Legal Affairs. I recall, it was way before my time, but I recall arguably one of the great lyrical geniuses in the Calypso fraternity in the form of Theophilus Philip, no relation, the mighty Spoiler. And the mighty Spoiler, who has been dead and buried over 6 decades now, sang a song called Wars of Long Ago, which I have heard since I was a child. But I remember in that song, the mighty Spoiler speaking about the nature of enemy combatants on the military battlefield. And he said that when conflict arises between kingdom against kingdom and enemy combatants, the carpenter grabbed his hammer, chisel, and saw. The cook grabbed his pot spoon from out of the pot. They didn't have any torpedoes, they didn't have any submarine, they didn't even have a flying machine. All that was required on the battle zone was to see Napoleon throw in bottle and stone. And that's one of the things that comes back to my memory, and we've come such a very far and a long way from pelting bottle and spoon and throwing very non-traditional implements on the battlefield into an age of autonomous weapons. And having said that, let me get into my very formal statement, Mr. Chair. I really want to thank, again, the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago, CARICOM Impacts, Soka Gakkai, for the very warm hospitality and treatment of myself and my colleague, ACP Cohen, who has been with me for the last 2 days. We also would like to place on record our appreciation for all of the other partners the experts who have come, who have shared of their capacity and who have shared of their knowledge and their expertise. And it certainly for me was a wonderful learning experience throughout the last 2 days. Colleagues, I must also add that I'm equally pleased to be sharing the stage this evening with all of the other permanent representatives to the United Nations and the field experts and those who are not PRs or otherwise diplomats will be members of the either legal and or law enforcement community. Our presence here over the past 2 days is a reflection and testament, I believe, about our seriousness towards creating a moral and ethical and legal framework, and hopefully someday an internationally legally binding instrument and appropriate regulations relative to the employ of autonomous weapon systems. And against that background, Chair, we believe that we are in a profound and significant moment in time, where we have seen the nature of conventional warfare evolve and can potentially, from all appearances and clear indications, dramatically change the world that we live in, and particularly, and in this case, our islands of the Caribbean community and a place that we all call home. We must envision, Chair, a world and societies that is able to harness the beneficial uses of emerging AI technological innovations, yet still protect the fundamental human rights and its dignity and safeguarded from autonomous weapons and harmful technologies that would seek to potentially threaten its own operators, its commanders, its programmers, its designers, and other handlers of that technology. And as I conclude, Chair, Grenada believes that this is a time to continue to endeavor and to achieve a peaceful global environment, assisted by what we hope would be one day an internationally binding instrument and framework that would seek to manage and regulate autonomous weapon systems. We would redouble our efforts to continue to find solutions to the challenges and risks posed by the employ of such weapons and continue to pursue this kind of inclusive approach as we have seen over the last 2 days. And let us therefore, Chairman, look towards the future of our region especially, but also take a long view in the broader context of the international landscape and seek to, with clear eyes, with flat feet, with laser focus and a full commitment to achieving what we hope one day to be an international legally binding instrument, and that all member states and peaceful, loving countries of the international community can be proud of. This is our hope, and this is our resolve, Chairman, and for the sake of the very existence and greater good of all humanity. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to thank His Excellency Che Philip, the Ambassador and Permanent Mission of Grenada to the United Nations. I would now like to invite Her Excellency Maritza Chan Valverde, Ambassador and Permanent Mission of Costa Rica to the United Nations.
At the outset, I want to thank the organizers, CARICOM Impacts, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Soka Gakkai International, the Stop Kill Rover campaign, and all the delegations that have gathered for this event. Thank you for being here. We have made tremendous strides. From the Belém communiqué to the Declaration of Port Spain. And I would like to raise 5 points in this regard. First, over the course of the last 2 days, we have heard clearly that despite any potential benefits of emerging technologies in armed conflict and criminal justice, they come with great risk. The humanitarian, ethical, moral, security, and legal issues posed by autonomous weapons are too vast to be ignored. Technology is developing rapidly, and the time to respond is now. Autonomous weapon systems are becoming increasingly autonomous, but often in ways that make them more unpredictable. More and more, the creators and users of such systems cannot fully explain their actions. Second, autonomous weapons threaten to violate not just international humanitarian law in times of war, but international human rights law in peacetime. All too often, artificial intelligence discriminates against people who are already pushed to the margins of society, non-white people, women, people with disabilities, and even if it is functioning properly, AI can only ever select a target based on a general profile. It is impossible to code for all the complex variables that make up a battlefield or an urban area. Autonomous weapon systems only work on the basis of a general target profile, not having a pre-identified target in mind. They follow their algorithms, but they cannot make decisions like humans can, and they cannot act with a sense of human morality or human dignity. Third, when the use of autonomous weapons goes wrong, a huge accountability gap persists. International and national criminal law is not yet prepared for these weapons. We must build an international consensus on how to hold people and states accountable for the misuse of this technology. Fourth, and in summary, the risk of using unpredictable autonomous weapons or autonomous weapon systems targeted at humans is too great. These forms of autonomous weapons should be prohibited by legally binding instruments, and all other forms of autonomous weapon systems should be carefully regulated. Finally, CARICOM states have the opportunity to be active participants in this debate, to ensure that their positions are heard and that their concerns are not drowned by other louder voices. Here, we have heard discussions about intersectionality, gender equality, racism, bias, proliferation, and other concerns of particular pertinence to the region. It is critical that these issues are brought to international discussions to strengthen our collective resolve and response to autonomous weapons and to contribute to dismantling global structures of oppression and inequality. The structures that we all experience every day and that we must determine to take down, structures which I'm determined to take down. I'm also encouraged to see so many women in this room. Our time, my friends, my sisters have come. Our time is now, and I thank you for the invitation of being here today.
I'd like to thank the distinguished ambassador who ensured that, given her busy schedule, and I think she flew from far out in Europe and then come here, for working with CARICOM. First of all, Costa Rica has always been a great partner with CARICOM on many global issues, including climate change. In fact, without Costa Rica and I'd say Mexico, when we negotiated the Arms Trade Treaty, we would not have an arms trade treaty, and we would not even be in the room. So we thank Costa Rica for this also. Costa Rica also, and I remember the comments by Asher, we need cross-regional collaboration. For any treaty negotiation, you will not go far without cross-regional collaboration. You must have partner regions. So we are working closely with Costa Rica. So thank you, Ambassador, for all the tremendous support we've received from Costa Rica, but also for trying to push us to the boundary. I know sometimes it's hard because states have different obligations, but always push, never stop pushing. Thank you so much, Ambassador. As I stated, I would finish before the scheduled time on the agenda. The scheduled time on the agenda is approximately 1700 hours or 5 o'clock. It is 4:58, so I think I will right now conclude this meeting. However, the meeting is concluded, but there is an however. We'll now have a photo, like a group photo, and bear with me how we'll do it. We will use the stage. The shorter persons like me could stand here. The taller persons will be here because they will block this, but they will not block the shorter people. So for once, the taller people will be in front, and the shorter people will be at the back. Is that okay with everyone? So could you just come quickly, and then the faster we do that, the faster all of us go home. So thank you, each and every one, and thank you for everything. Kindly join us so that we could take the group photo. Everyone in the room also. No exception. Like people, I need to go home. I have to pick up my kids, you know. So.
This is the first time short people get to be in the back. So let me just. You'll always be short. We'll take